Good afternoon, you guys. I am running behind today. Meant to go on at 11. That did not happen. But hi, everybody. Welcome to the Crime Cafe. Look, I even got a coffee sign up there right now. I don't know how long it'll stay there because I have a crazy kiddo running around. But hi, everybody. Hi. Hey, Steph. Steph's playing catch up. She's catching up. Hey, Miss King. Hello. Hello, Miss Kell. Good morning. Hey, Sherry. Hi, hi. Hey, Morgana Banana. Hey, hi. Hey, Lauren. We missed you. Glad to have you back. She says, I'm behind one day. Going to catch up this weekend, but I'll be here today and watch the stream from yesterday tomorrow. Oh, okay. You guys. If you haven't already been watching and peeking at the stream, hi, Henny. She has taken the stand. Taken the stand. Hey, Shiraz. Hey, beautiful. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, how are you feeling today, Steph? How are you feeling? Is that cute, Morgana? You like it? It's cute, huh? That was one of Grace's purchases from last summer that she ended up not taking back to Australia. So naturally, it fits well here at my house. So, Kel said I peeked and was shocked that she was testifying. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Shiraz. I wanted to mention that today. I wanted you guys to do so an unspoken prayer request for QB today. She's fine. Nothing's happened to her, right? But just keep her in your prayers today. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Yeah. We love our QB. Ween Baby peaked. Hey, Ween Baby. She didn't die or graze for more impact today. I see. QB's definitely in our thoughts. Okay. Yeah. We love our QB. Hey, Margaret. I don't know when QB will peep in here. If she does, but yeah, just keep her in your thoughts and prayers this weekend, today especially, and over the weekend, the next few days. I'm going to take the liberty, and just because I don't want folks worrying about her, and I don't know if she may have mentioned anything while I was gone, the day that she took over, but it's a fur baby related thing. I'll just leave it at that. But just keep her in your thoughts and your prayers. Okay. Margaret says the interview, how did it go? And she said, Kel, it was horrendous. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. So your gut was right. Yeah. Your gut was like, this ain't the one, Margaret. Your gut told you right, ma'am. When your gut knows, your gut knows. When your innards know, your innards know. When your gizzards and livers know, they know. All right, we're going to get into this because, first of all, I have to say, those of us in the chat yesterday that said she was going to be wearing soft pink today, that's a no go. She wears this dark blue color. I'm like, why didn't you wear the soft pink? It would have suited you very well. Keep getting Twitter notifications. Lord Sarah Boone stuff from Court TV. I don't know if that's new or old. Court TV is the worst about posting stuff like it's brand new information and it's 6 months old. They're the worst. Ween Baby says she wears the same shirt every day for impact. Impact. She killing me with the impact thing. Oh, I love you so much, Ween Baby. You crack me up. You crack me up, ma'am. You got those one-liners. You and Margaret. Lauren said Ashley needs some tea bags. For eye holes, look right at me again. I'm screaming. I know. You're like, can you just not look at me? You know? Can you just not look at me? Right, Margaret? Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Like that. Don't look at me. I was waiting on Margaret to say something. That's that I'm gonna get you look. Don't make me take my flip-flop off. That's that look. That's that don't make me come after you with the chancla. Okay. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Preparation H. I've heard that's really good for stuff. Sherry said, if you talk to QB, tell her Arby's potato cakes are back. She may already know. I think her and Morgana were talking about that like a week or so ago. I think she knows. Jeff wants to know why I'm screaming. She does, Lauren. When she looks into the camera, she looks right into your soul. It's super freaky. Jeff asked me if I'm okay, and I said, no, I'm not. I bet Jeff is like, why in the world does my wife watch whatever it is that she watches every day on that cell phone or that computer or that TV or whatever? Because she's always screaming no. Why is she watching it? Patricia, yes. Morgana, you're saying I should put butt cream on my face. Yep. Yeah, Morgana said, yeah, we had a whole discussion about them. Imagine. It was a whole discussion. It is a little unnerving. I know, Shiraz. When Chad Daybell did it, I was like, ew, don't look at me. It's a little unnerving when they look right into the camera. But she does it a lot. Like a lot. And blinks a lot. What is it the behavior people say when someone blinks a lot and fast? What does that usually mean? All you smart folks in the chat, you guys will tell me. All right, we're going to get started. And we're going to, if I'm not mistaken, she comes in hot. Like she's one of the first ones on the stand, I think. It means they're stressed. Okay. Okay. Blinking a lot means stress. Or it could mean that she has dry eye syndrome. Or it could mean that she has like the beginning stages of pink eye or something. I don't know. I just made that up, but I don't know. That's why I'm blinking constantly right now because you showed that picture with the eye holes. Oh, she definitely need to do something about them grays.
Good morning, everybody. We're back on the record in the state of Florida versus Ashton.
Maybe she wears contacts, right?
3014. It's Friday, July 26th. We're getting ready to start for the morning. When we left yesterday, my understanding that you were off to talk to Miss Brown.
I spoke to her.
Right. Are there any matters that need to be brought up before we bring the jury in?
Not to my knowledge.
Defense? We're ready. You ready? All right. I'm not sure if they're up yet. All right. We're a few minutes early, but we'll go ahead and get started. Go ahead and bring them in.
Bring in the jury. Bring them in. If she's using butt cream on her eyes, pink eye would make sense, right? That would be stink eye, Kel. You guys kill me. She might be a manipulative little vixen, but that doesn't convince me that she didn't feel threatened by him. He admitted to punching the dog and punching the holes in the wall. So, Shiraz, I think it was yesterday I was mentioning this. I'm not going to say that she's not a victim of DV. I don't doubt that. um, I just don't, you know, I don't feel like I'm just still not buying the self defense thing. Let me see here. Patricia says I'm super cheap, but I use the Cadillac of contacts because I have weird shaped eyeballs, and the dailies total one are the most comfortable ever. No more excessive blinking. Not sponsored, but I wish. I think she was. All the bells went off for me based only on what he said in the texts he sent her. There was one text in particular that he sent her, and it was a scripture, but it was one of those scriptures that said something about no fear in love or something. I don't remember what the scripture said, but it just to me in my mind it just kind of made me look at it as more like he was trying to tell her something. Like, you don't have to be afraid of me because I love you, and there is no fear. There should be no fear in love. And it just felt weird. I don't know. But other people in the chat brought up that it was probably just one of those like daily Bible verses, and he would get it on his phone and then screenshot it and send it to his daughter and her maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Grew up with a stepfather that was a lot like Doug. That's my bias. Morgana says, but I have questions about her getting pregnant after all those things he did. I really feel like part of it was she was like, okay, I'm going to use this man for his money so I can get a business and a baby, and then I don't need him for anything more. I'm done. And she maybe expected him to just back off and not want anything to do with the baby. And who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Somebody came in yesterday. I think the person's name was Gen X Chick. Hey, Gen X Chick, if you're here and listening, or if you pop in, hi, girl, hi. But she said that she thinks it's going to be a mistrial. We'll see. We will see. Wondering if she was already pregnant when she got involved with him. I haven't checked. Oh, no, she wasn't. She got pregnant. He had a vasectomy, and she paid to have the vasectomy reversed after they were married. They intentionally wanted to try to get pregnant. Henny said, I'm thinking the same. Yeah, but if he did all those things, would she still want to get pregnant by him? If she only just wanted a baby and that was it. You know? That's just my brain, my wheels spinning, you know? I know. See, that me too, Margaret. Stunned by the fact that they knew each other only 13 days and then bam, married. Crazy.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back. Well, you know the usual questions.
I don't know.
Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, begin deliberations? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of this jury about the case or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? No, sir. When you left yesterday, the state had rested its case. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge White. We call Faith Brown.
Okay, so this gal is the first one on the stand. I forgot about her.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Just please make yourself comfortable in that chair. Pull yourself up to about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, it'll pick everything up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Faith Brown, Brown.
Ms. Brown, are you employed?
Yes,
How?
I am an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing?
Not quite 20 years.
Hold on, I got to
Do you-
rewind for a quick second, you guys. Before she sits down, when she comes in and swears in, listen, did you hear her walking through the courtroom? Bang, bang, bang. My brain instantly went, here comes the hot stepper. I started singing it out loud.
Or the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Listen to her clomping. Here comes the hot stepper.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Just
Your
please
Honor.
Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Pull yourself up to about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it.
She
If
is
you
an
just speak in a
attorney.
loud, clear voice, it'll pick everything up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Apparently
Good
not,
morning.
Ween Baby.
Good
She
morning.
didn't.
Will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Faith Brown, Brown.
She's a
Brown,
pretty
are you
woman.
employed?
Yes,
How?
I am an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing?
Not quite 20 years.
Do you have a specialty?
I practice exclusively family law.
And in your practice of family law, is email communications traditionally used on behalf of you and your firm?
On a day, yes,
Okay. Do email communications, are they employed in correspondence with the various courts that you have matters pending in?
yes,
Is the exchange directly with the judge or representative?
the representative, the
And their title is what?
judicial assistant, or JA.
Mhm. And these emails, Ms. Brown, are they ordinarily sent and received in the normal course of business for your firm?
Yes,
And are they kept under your care and custody?
yes,
Are the emails preserved at or about the time that they are either received or sent?
yes.
I'm going to pass to you, Ms. Brown. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm going to pass to you
Yes,
what I
ma'am, sir.
marked as Defendant's Exhibit 6 and ask you if you would take a moment and review that.
Yes, my sir. Here comes the hot stepper. Now I can't get that song out of my brain. She needs to drink some water. Her mouth is dry.
Just give me a moment. I'm going to show it to the prosecutor.
Go get some good yummy lunch, Shiraz.
While they're reviewing that,
Yum, yum,
in
yum.
September of 2020, were you representing Ashley Benefield
I was.
in family court?
Yes, I was.
And
Patricia. You're right, though. Representative.
what case do the contents of Defendant's Exhibit 6 represent?
This was in reference to the petition for injunction for protection against domestic violence that I filed on behalf of Ashley Benefield and her daughter, Emerson Canny.
All right. Are those emails an accurate, true and accurate reproduction of the emails that you sent and received on that day or those days?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move at this time to introduce that as Defendant's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
And received.
Thank you. That is a string of emails that covers a range of dates.
Yes, it is.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Brown, what date the first email starts on?
Sure. The first date was September 17th of 2020.
And when is the last email?
The last email is when I forwarded the email to my client, Ashley Benefield, on September 23rd, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. But are you referencing the last email between the three of us in the email?
My next question indeed is, would you be kind enough to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who were the
Kind enough.
participants in this string of emails?
The participants in the stream of emails was Vicki Mechanic, who was the judicial assistant to Judge Diana Moreland, who was the judge presiding over this matter, Stephanie Murphy, who was representing Douglas Benefield, and myself.
And it's normal and customary, is it not, to the extent Ms. Murphy would be representing the adverse party, that you would share all correspondence with her between you and the judicial assistant?
Yes, it was a requirement.
Okay. Do you recall, having reviewed the email, was there a particular issue in play?
Yes.
What was it?
We were trying to, initially, we were trying to stipulate to the release of Dr. Brad Broder's report.
And were you attempting to secure a date to do that?
Yes, we were. Well, eventually.
Okay, so I have some very specific questions for you. First, would you tell us whether or not, based on that correspondence, Dr. Broder's report was set for release on September 30th, 2020?
It was not.
In fact, based on those emails between you, Stephanie Murphy, and Judge Moreland's JA, was there even a date that existed at that time for the release of Dr. Broder's report?
There was not.
If somebody testified that the release of Dr. Broder's report was set for September 30th, would that be accurate?
Oh, sustained.
Would you take a moment, if you don't mind, and read the emails?
Sure. Did you want me to read them out loud or to myself?
Yes, read them out loud and start with the string in chronological order. It covers a 6-day period. 17th to the 23rd.
The 17th to the 23rd, yes. The first email was on September 17th of 2020. It was a Thursday, from Attorney Stephanie Murphy to Family Division 4, which was the judicial assistant's email address. I was CC'd on it, as well as my paralegal's email address, Sarah Hawk at myflfamilies.com, and Dr. Brad Broder. It states, "Good afternoon, Vicki. I hope you are doing well and have had a good week. Please see the attached joint motion for release of psychological evaluation and report and correspondence regarding same with regard to the above referenced case. Thank you, Stephanie." Shortly thereafter, same day, the judicial assistant responded, "Received, thank you. Can one of you kindly prepare a proposed order in case the judge wishes to grant your motion?" About 30 minutes later, Ms. Murphy responded, "Thank you, Vicki. I will work on that right now and send it to Ms. Brown for her approval." The next morning, Friday the 18th at 10:18 a.m., we received a response from the judicial assistant, marked importance high, that stated, "Good morning, Ms. Murphy and Ms. Brown. Per the judge, she will not sign an ex parte order for release of psychological evaluation and report. The judge will allow an expedited hearing on this motion. I have available Wednesday, September 23rd at 9 a.m. for 30 minutes. However, besides both attorneys being present, the judge has stated that Dr. Broder and Manatee Children's Services must be present at the hearing as well, and must be present at the hearing as well is underlined. Further, Ms. Murphy, the judge stated that absent showing where the court granted permission for the other motions stated in your September 17th letter to her, the only, and only is underlined, matter being heard on September 30th day is the injunction hearing." And then the next sentence is also underlined. "Please advise whether Wednesday, September 23rd will work for all parties. Thank you, Vicki Mechanic, Judicial Assistant to Judge Moreland." A few minutes later, Attorney Murphy responded with an email that said, "Thank you so much for all of this information, Vicki. I admit that I did not go back to check what is scheduled for that hearing, so please accept my apology. In my mind, these cases have always overlapped so much that I just took it for granted that the upcoming hearing is just the DVI. I am available for that hearing. I will contact Dr. Broder, and we are trying to track down the correct attorney who represents Manatee County. Sarah Hawk, it appears, represents Sarasota only." The next email was actually from my assistant at the admin email address, because she handles my calendar, September 18th at 10:58 a.m., where she stated, "Ms. Brown is available at 9 a.m. However, she has mediation starting at 9:30. The next email was about 2 minutes later from the JA, stating, if this goes forward on the 23rd, it shall be via Zoom." Then at 2:09 p.m., Attorney Murphy emailed, "Good afternoon, Vicki. Ms. Brown and I are both available next Wednesday at 9 a.m. on Zoom. Dr. Broder is not available as he is out of town on an anniversary vacation with his wife. I have calls into 3 different people with Manatee Children's Legal Services, including the DCF regional headquarters, to find out who needs to be included from the organization in the hearing. We have been directed and redirected to the wrong people several times. Can we go ahead and set the hearing?" The next email was about 15 minutes later from the JA stating, "Good afternoon. No, per my email to you both this morning, the judge stated that Dr. Broder must be present at the hearing. Vicki." So that was Friday, the 18th. The next email was Tuesday, September 22nd at 2:20 from Stephanie Murphy, where she wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicki. Dr. Broder never got back to me regarding whether he could appear at the hearing even by audio only while he is on vacation. So I wanted to let you know that per your prior emails, we cannot have the hearing tomorrow morning. When Dr. Broder did speak with Attorney Faith Brown on Friday, he told her that he would be returning Wednesday night. Is there any chance that Judge Moreland could schedule the hearing for Thursday? We will be in mediation in this case, but we can take a break to do the Zoom hearing."
What is the JA, Ms. Mechanic's response to that request?
Unfortunately, no. The judge has a full docket on Thursday, and even if she didn't, Manatee Children's Services would need to be present as well.
All right.
That was Tuesday, September 22nd. So then on Wednesday, September 23rd at 1:02 p.m., Ms. Murphy, Attorney Murphy wrote, "Good afternoon, Vicki. I've spoken with Attorney Kimberly Griffin, who represents CPS, and who confirmed that she is the attorney who will need to be present for the hearing per Judge Moreland's instructions. Now that we know who the hearing needs to be coordinated with and Dr. Broder is returning tonight, can you please forward additional hearing dates and times for this matter?" To which the judicial assistant responded about 30 minutes later, 35 minutes, or excuse me, 25 minutes later. Unfortunately, there is no availability before the injunction date of the 30th.
All right. Was there anything unclear about the fact that the only thing being heard on September 30th, 2020 was the injunction?
No.
Was there any chance, under any circumstances, Dr. Broder's report was going to be released on September 30th, 2020?
No.
I don't believe I have anything further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Yes. I just went through these emails along with you, and you say it's very clear that the release of the report was not going to be heard on the 30th. In reading this, it's hard to get that because the last email says, unfortunately, there's no availability before the injunction date of the 30th. But that still means if the attorney got the doctor and the appropriate people present, that it maybe could be heard on that date, correct?
No.
Okay, so it was your understanding it was not going to happen.
Correct.
All right. What was your understanding of what was going to happen on that date, on the 30th?
The injunction for protection against domestic violence hearing was going to be held that afternoon.
Okay, so you were going to call witnesses, you were prepared to call witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and have a full hearing on Ashley Benefield's motion to get an injunction against Doug Benefield. What?
I'll overrule.
I didn't.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the hearing on 9:30 was, in your opinion, only to hear the motion to get an injunction that was filed by Ashley Benefield against Doug Benefield. And that was the only thing to be heard on that date.
Correct.
Okay. And wasn't it true that previously you had agreed to drop that injunction?
It's sustained.
No further questions.
Read it right?
That's all, just a request to publish the email.
Absolutely. By passing? Okay, and can this witness be released?
Yes.
And can the witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Ma'am, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. No.
Oh, so sorry.
Pass it around.
Thank you.
There goes the hot stepper. Think she's coming up next. She ready to rumble? Table Man 2.0. Thank you, Kel. Thank you. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. Thank you. We appreciate the thumbs up buttons. It really does help. It helps a lot. It helps a lot. I keep hearing Poppy snore. Yeah, and do all the other YouTubey things. Like, subscribe, ring the bell, share, hashtag replay. Hashtag replay for the replay crew in the comments down below. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us today. With me today. On your beautiful Friday. Hi, Miss Spins. Hi, ma'am. I wonder what Shiraz is getting for lunch. Y'all, she's getting ready to go up on the stand. Good Lord, what's taking so long? Kel wondered too. She said yesterday a tuna poke bowl. I don't know what a poke bowl means. Here comes the hot stuff. Arby's potato cakes. Spins just came in time. You did. You got here just in time. Oh, it's like sushi in a bowl. Okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to fast forward. I don't understand why they're taking so damn long. Sidebar. It's like a sushi salad. So good. I've never had sushi. still just sitting here. Hold on, let me. Dun 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 dun. We were Shiraz. Because I said something about wonder what Shiraz got for lunch, and then I said she mentioned something about a tuna poke bowl yesterday, but I didn't have no idea what that was. So they were explaining it to me.
All right, the jury has completed their review of Defendant's Exhibit 6. Mr. Taylor, your next witness.
Yes, sir. The defense calls Ashley Benefield.
Here she comes. Here she comes, here she comes, here she comes, here she comes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Right.
As you've heard me tell other witnesses, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Nervous.
All right. Try best you can and relax, and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type of family values were instilled in you?
Oh,
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, empathy, honesty, hard work, accountability.
What type of work did your father do?
My
I'll allow it.
My dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I
I'll
grew up an
allow it.
only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Hold on one
She
second,
said-
I'm sorry. You need some, get some headsets.
When the prosecution objected, they said
How many?
their objection was relevant on both of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood. All right, Ms. Benefield, yeah, if you could scoot a little bit closer and speak up so the jury can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the best
I
you can.
apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
What type of high school did you attend?
I'm going to sustain at this point.
Um,
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
All right, if it's related to something specific, then yes.
Sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in particular in high school?
I was focused on pursuing ballet.
And was ballet a large part of your curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an accredited homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted you to him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming. We just instantly clicked.
Was Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
Specifically late in the afternoon. Would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck. And when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. He said, "It shouldn't be your stuff, my stuff, your house, my house."
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done, saying I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked like right into me, like a body check. He like thumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I like stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile. He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
I could see that it was escalating and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day. And he, as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box. And as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
Indicating on your right side,
Yes, sir.
in the hip area?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, just do me a favor, whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10?
Yes, sir. Will you tell us what exhibit 8?
Yeah, Lauren, QB found out yesterday, I think it was, yeah, that all the prizes have been given, that all the prizes have already been claimed. So, yes.
Represents Ashley.
It says scratch right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
Yeah, sure as. Yeah. Yeah, we were all playing bingo over here too. QB got word yesterday that all the prizes had been claimed.
The night of September 27th, 2020 at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
There we go. If so, someone already won. And the active game is closed. You can sign up for the next trials game, though. He'll send you a bingo card. Good deal. Good deal.
Also scratches on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close up.
Do these photographs, Ashley, truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes.
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be received.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Where does Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with the box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom, and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
At that point, Ashley, how did you feel with respect to your own personal safety?
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I
Thank you,
ran to try to leave
Shiraz.
the house
And where did you run to?
to the front door.
Did you make it?
No,
Tell us what happened.
he stopped me. He
How?
grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he spun around so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So,
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
"Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out. I said, "I'm done and you need to leave now."
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, "You can't fucking leave me."
Then what happens?
He hit me on the side of the head.
Ashley, I'm going to ask you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7. Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She
Was-
was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay. Now, what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side?
Yeah, Kel said, "Lauren, are you familiar with what Aunt Flo even means?" So, basically, Ween Baby is saying, "My husband's family's having a pool party tomorrow, and I don't even want to go because of Aunt Flo." Aunt Flo is, code for her monthly menstrual cycle. I'll just say that. Yeah. We call it Aunt Flo sometimes. Aunt Flo is visiting. She's a meanie, right, Ween Baby? My husband's going to be irritated, plus it's supposed to be 90 degrees. So, really, all you should have to do is say, "Yo, I ain't going because I'm on my period. Men should be able to understand that women in periods and pools are not um you know, a good match. No, you're totally not overreacting. I'd be like, dude, I ain't going. I'm on my period. I can't go swimming. What are you talking about? No. Sure as. Just like cracks me up how gentle you are with the description. Yeah, no. Um, I'd be like, I ain't going. I mean, I know some women, a lot of women, a lot of girls can get away with going swimming while they're on theirs, but some can't. And you know what? If you just don't want to go, that should be all the reason he needs to know. That should be it. It does sound awful. Yeah. Full on gore, right? You do. I'm like very like I mean, sometimes I can. I guess I just, you know. Let's get into this chat. What you guys are saying though about cuz Henny says and the Oscar goes to ... So um Patricia said, I believe that he was mean sometimes and really wanted to get back together. And I believe he married a much younger woman because he was controlling at times. But my gut tells me that she was exaggerating what happened on that particular day. The way she comes across in her testimony just doesn't sit completely right with me. So for me, there's lots of crying but no tears and still a dry nose. She's not like, they're not dripping off her face. Her nose isn't red and she's sniffling, but it's dry as a bone. So, um, right, Ween Baby, the girls that just drip drops instead of flow. Right, I know. Lauren says, yeah, Ween Baby, but if you're not feeling good, you should stay home, hun, because the hot weather doesn't make it better. Margaret said, I think they were both bad. I can see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that he was an angel, and I certainly don't think she was an angel. Um, and it's obvious with the whole court things that went on with him and her and the custody that she tends to tell a lot of lies. There was no found truths in any of the situations. And I'm just not seeing no tears. But it should be obvious that to me, people can see that from a mile away. If you're trying, like, I feel like she's trying to work it up, like get the emotions going so she can get some tears going. But if she's not going to actually cry, then don't pretend that you're crying because it just comes off as very fake. I'm not saying she should cry or that she has to cry, but it don't look good when you're acting like you're crying and you're really not. I can barely get out of the bed, let alone go swimming when mine rears its ugly head. Yeah. I know. Nose bubbles. There's no nose bubbles. Sometimes I'm getting flashbacks too. No, not the. My dog stepped on a bee and she makes that funny face. My dog stepped on a bee. I don't know that the prosecution has proved their case. I don't know that they have either. I don't know that they have either. I think it's fully going to depend on these jurors and how they feel. I don't know. Looking forward to when Aunt Flo forgets where I live, hopefully soon. Ugh. Morgan is like, yeah, it's nice, Kel. It's nice over here. We also need to remember fear can be cumulative, and she could be reacting to a history of physical threats, not just the angry guy. Body checks he's given her the day of the murder. Yeah, I believe that too. I think so too. Like he did deserve to get shot because he scraped her with a box. I know that sounds kind of victim blamey, but I don't think it was justified. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that the box situation happened, and I'm not positive that that scratch even came from a box. Someone mentioned that the scratches looked old, but I made Aunt Flo stay home about 12 years ago, and now she's getting ready to retire permanently. Oh, perfect rendition. Yeah. My dog stepped on a bee. Nice over here in menopause land. Morgan, I'm getting ready to set up shop in it soon, I hope. Mm. DV is cumulative. Mm. Okay. Let's continue on. I see this face of his daughter right here. She's like, mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Out of your head on that day by Doug.
That side of my face is like swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping
Yes,
on the side where you were hit?
yes.
Your Honor, I move fence exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you do?
I ran
Where?
to my room
Why?
because I was scared.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is flung open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, it didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I held the gun like in front of me and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like a fighting stance. He like I got low and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. He was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me, and then he lunged at me, and I started pulling the trigger. And he just kept coming. And I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to get home.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was gonna kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. In my own house, he wouldn't let me leave.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child. So I'm gonna have to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, let have her compose herself?
All right. Members of the jury, if you could step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your notes where they are. You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside the jury about the case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we're going to talk anything about. Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, you can have a seat. Need to take a moment to compose yourself?
Yeah, would it be all right if she stepped out?
No, sir.
May I approach her? With no conversation?
As long as you don't say anything. Yeah,
Not say a word.
yes.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you. Those.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
All right, Judge, I think you can bring it back in.
Okay, great. All right, let's go and bring the jury back in.
I'm sorry, you guys. Hmm. I don't want to come off as inhumane, or not, is that even the right word? I don't want to come off as I don't know. I'm not buying it. Callous, yeah, that's the right word. I don't want to come off as callous because I'm probably the least callous person I know, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Insensitive. Kel said, you don't even have to say anything. I know, I feel the same way. Say it. I don't want to come off that. I don't want to, how I feel about her has nothing to do with how I'm feeling about the next person. I've got people in my chat that I know personally that have gone through DV, and I'm just not buying it. Not buying it. Not buying it. Now, if she had, Shiraz, it's well, and it's not so much it's not Shiraz says doesn't mean you're mean, insensitive, callous if you don't believe her. It's not that I feel like I don't, it's not the callousness or whatever about not believing her. It's more about I don't want to come off as insensitive because I think that she's pretending or acting here. That's what I mean. You know, I feel like I'm just going to stop it. I'm just going to stop. Hey, 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 hey. Margaret says, Jenny, you don't come off that way. We know. I never went through DV, but was witness to it. So same here. I've never personally been through that either. But I know lots of people who have. So, hi, my baby. There's my baby right there, my lease. Can I have a kiss in front of the camera? And this is my baby. Mwah. Love you, baby. So, anyway, I don't want to. He just got home from work, I think. Or have you been home for a minute? And now he's gone. Anyway, that's not anything that I've ever had to deal with. Thank you, Jesus. I have an angel of a husband. But I have lots of very close friends and family who have and do go through it. And I know them, and I would never, never shame them or make them feel any kind of way other than give them any and every. You know what I mean? I could never do that to someone who's actually going through it. And I'm not going to say that I don't believe she hasn't ever gone through it. I believe she probably has. But I don't believe it. I'm not buying this on the stand. I feel like she's trying to work herself up. I feel like she's trying to get her emotions high and get herself into this panic, you know, and I feel like it's probably something she's really good at doing. I feel like she's probably done this a lot through her life. But again, Kel says, to me, she's not being genuine. She's attempting to be manipulative. Um, I think she is given a bit of a show. I don't see tears or a red nose. She could still be scared, but just be truthful. But she could still be been scared, but just be truthful. Right. Um, Patricia said, I think she was afraid of him. I believe that. I just don't think this testimony is coming across the best. Here's what I know. My hesitant sympathy for her is all informed by my previous experience and how frustrating it was when people didn't believe me. Nobody believed me, so that's my bias. And see, Shiraz, that breaks my heart. And there's so many people out there that are and have been in that same boat, you know. And I would never want to make you feel like I don't believe you. Coming from this situation with Ashley, I feel like because there's all of this background that we know. Mm, the only thing I've the only thing ever been hurt in this marriage was Jeff's ears this morning when the eye holes came in on. My folks were not the nicest people at times. It could get ugly. I'm sorry about that, Shiraz. That's incredibly frustrating and dangerous to not believe a victim. Absolutely. I want to give the benefit of the doubt. You know, I always want to believe whenever somebody says it. Seen very manipulative women. Me too. Me too. It's been a few years. She's probably recovered significantly from the trauma of this event. But if she doesn't seem traumatized, people think she's a cold witch that did not and still doesn't care. See, and I get that. I believe her lawyer's probably been like, you know, show your emotions. But I feel like these emotions may be real, but they're not. Uh, I don't know though. It's just the reaction just does not. Okay, I can't even explain it in the right words. So, but I think you guys do know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Nah, I mean. Okay.
Yes, sir. We might have stepped into the facility, so we'll wait a minute.
Right, right, Shiraz. And I completely understand that. You know, there's been plenty of cases where I've had bias and couldn't see past it. Couldn't see past it, you know. And that's why I said I've been waiting for the defense's side here because I want to see. But now that she's up on the stand, um, my my gut instinct is Amber Heard. It's like somebody said in here earlier. I don't remember if it was Lauren or Patricia or who, but someone said it's giving me like Amber Heard vibes. I think it was Patricia with the whole my dog stepped on a bee thing. Yeah. Hmm. You think that's pretty, baby? Don't touch it now. Kiddo's looking at my little coffee sign up there. We need to listen more to our gut. This is what I've told my daughter over and over. Difficult to know what to think in these cases from an outside's perspective. I struggle with it. Same. Lauren said her eyes are dry like a desert. I did think I saw a tear, like right here, come down her face. But if I cried as much as she would have cried at this moment, by this point, I would have had to have blown my nose 10 times. It would have been a bubbly, snotty mess. These two are talking. They're like, I want to know more about these psychological reports that were about to be released. Have they said anything about that yet? Other than what we heard yesterday or the day before. I haven't heard anything. Need a bucket, right? Need a bucket. And I love that you said that. Bring in the jury, baby. Babe. Always trust your gut. Sure as my mom also told me that many, many times. Always trust your gut. Moms are always right. Bless you. That's sweet. Shiraz says, "Aw, Henny, you see your girl?" Cute, right? Shiraz, did you know that we have two mom and daughter duos in here? We have, oh, you got your magnifying glass? She's a real true crimer here. She's got a magnifying glass and everything. Here, let me show the people your magnifying glass. She has a whole magnifying glass. There you go, baby. You're welcome. Patricia and Miss King are mom and daughter. Yep. Patricia and Miss King are mom and daughter, and Henny and Lauren. Yep. I didn't know if you knew that about Miss King and Patricia. Lauren says, "I'm with my mom right now for the weekend." Ah, love it. Yes. Yes, she said, yes, Shiraz, thanks. You guys give each other a hug and kiss for us. I didn't know you were together yet. Please give your mom, give Henny and Lauren, you guys. Please give each other a hug and a kiss for me. For us, all of us. Patricia says it's precious that she's so imaginative with her play, right? It is precious. She loves her magnifying glass. She lost it for like 2 or 3 days. She's ran around this house like a crazy person for 2 or 3 days looking for that magnifying glass. Oh, Henny and Lauren both says one moment. They're the cutest. Patricia and Miss King, if you're ever in the same room together, or if you're ever together when you're here at the Crime Cafe, you got to let us know so we can have you guys hug and kiss for us too. Shiraz says, Patricia and Miss King, so cool y'all are into the same thing. I wish my mom was still around. Y'all would have loved her. Same with my mom, Shiraz. My mom got into all kinds of that kind of stuff back in the day. She loved all that. Like she was big into OJ Simpson. She was big into OJ Simpson. That whole case, that whole trial. Big time. Done and done, says Lauren. Yay. I love it. Thank you guys. Y'all are so cute. All right, let's get back to this. I'm ready to get through the rest of this. This gal over here to the right with the white shirt and the green looking pants, she's a tall drink of water, huh? All right. Why is the daughter laughing? I don't know, unless she's laughing at Ashley on the stand. Maybe she just can't. I mean, imagine how I'm feeling about Ashley and other people in the chat right now. So 20 million times more is how his daughter, Eva, is feeling about the alleged act that she's putting on the stand, if it's an act. Shiraz says, I don't know, but it's a bad look. I know. Me and your mom both. Jenny Morgana was a big OJ. She liked it too. She liked watching that one. She's a little snarky online. She has no love for Ashley. Well, there you go. She looks like she's laughing at Ashley. I don't like it. I understand why she'd feel this way, but it's a bad look. I agree. That's interesting. I don't think she's thinking about what the jury could think about that if they see it. We have each other. We are one big crime family over here. Can you feel the love tonight? Mom. What, baby? Mom. Hi, baby. All right. I haven't seen any of the things that Ashley has done online. I know that there's supposed, hold on, let me, kiddo, you're going to have to go. Scoot your booty. I got all the things in place so I don't want her on the camera. You know what I mean? I'm being that mom. But anyway, she's trying to get past so she can see herself on the camera. I'm like, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No ham. No turkey. She's a state's witness. If the jury concludes she just has it out for Ashley, they'll discredit her testimony. That's true. That's true. Very, very true. All right, let's scooch on. Let's scooch.
It'll be a couple of more minutes till the jurors are finished with their break. Let's 9:56. Let's say at 10:05 we'll reconvene.
What, baby?
Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow you to leave the stand. However, you are in the middle of your testimony. You may not communicate with anyone at all during your testimony. Do you understand? So you can step down and use the facilities. That's just fine, but you cannot communicate even with your attorney while you're testifying. All right? Okay. You need to step out. You can do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so.
Okay, let's scooch on.
10:05 we'll reconvene. Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow.
Wait, what's going on here? Hold on.
At all during your testimony. Do you understand? So you can step down and use the facilities. That's just fine, but you cannot communicate even with your attorney while you're testifying. All right? Okay. You need to step out. You can do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so.
Looks like she goes to the defense table and puts her head down and has a breakdown. Spence comes in and says, "Good for you, Jenny." Ooh, what did I do? What's good for me? What's good for me, Miss Spence? Oh, keeping her off camera. Oh, tomorrow's your mom's birthday? 87 years young. Wow, Morgana. That's amazing. That's amazing. Happy early birthday, Mama. Keeping Jolie as our mystery guest is a good thing. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Too many weirdos out and about nowadays. I love the off camera. Mom. Mom. Oh, Lord, she cracks me up. Yes, happy birthday to Miss Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hi, babe. Keeping Jolie as our mystery guest is a good thing. I love the off-camera mom tacky that Ellen C is zooming in on her cringe. Oof. Happy birthday to Morgana's mom. Happy birthday, Mom. I'll tell her. Thanks, you all. Yes, definitely tell her happy birthday from all of us over here. Morgana, tell your mom I want that shower head because of her advertisement. And I said it that way on purpose. Advertisement. Happy birthday, Morgana's mama, said Henny. Everybody's telling her happy birthday. I love it. Not your birthday, baby. She heard me say. There's two words. If she hears me say there's these two different words, if she hears me say them, she's like, ooh, what? And those words are birthday. And the other one is school. If she hears me say the word school, then we're in trouble. Because she has to go get her backpack and everything. I'm like, kid, I love you so much. How long of a break are they given? Did they say? Let's zoom on past. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Okay, we're back. Looks like she's calmed down.
All right. All right, I've checked. The jury is all back. They're ready to go.
Ready?
Come on back. Ready?
Yep.
State.
Yes.
Right, Margaret? Oh, right spins when she goes. Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in.
Too much math. Ooh, Margaret's mom wants a finder's fee. Look at her. That's so funny. She's got bills to pay, huh, Morgana?
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did anybody begin deliberation to talk about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody communicate with anybody outside the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was
mine.
it? Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, you see now. Let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The
The,
left
the
side.
left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right?
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, is that the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his
Oh,
love
no,
for you?
Shiraz.
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
I'm sorry. That
You remember the
stinks.
date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married. And so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed 8 or 9 months before. And I was a complete stranger to her. Now I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd marry.
He was very loving and attentive. He was always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had met him, I had planned a trip. And so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Yes. Oh, 3, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, the ones that we, yeah, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay. Do you want me to read all of them or? Yeah,
Go
okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Are those text messages actually a true and accurate copy of the messages you received from Doug Benefield while you were on the cruise?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Can we approach this?
Yes.
Move to introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Actually, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I take a look again. I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed.
Hey, you guys, just popping in. Quick. I have a poll up in the chat. That's what I've been back here trying to figure out a good poll question. So there is a new poll in the chat. If you would vote, I would love it. Back to Shiraz. She said that her daughter is in Berlin and she just told her that she has the vid. So sending her lots and lots of prayers and hugs and lots of fluids and chicken noodle soup and tissues and Tylenol, ibuprofen, whatever she needs. Sending it all in spirit. Morgana says, oh no, Shiraz, prayers for a speedy recovery. Kel said, oh no. Sorry to hear that, Shiraz. Hope she feels better soon. From Lauren. Henny says, sorry, Shiraz. Okay, so the poll is up. You guys go vote. Shiraz, when you get an update, let us know how she's doing. When you say Berlin, you mean Germany, right? Is she in Germany? Hey, Chaloon. Hey, girly. She said, hey, guys, I'm I'm sorry, Shiraz. I hope it won't be too hard on her. Mm. Yes, okay. Germany, okay. Jeez. So I know you feel helpless, right? First thing a mom wants to do is take care and tend to them, and you can't do that. I'm sorry for your mama heart. That's tough. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, let's get back to this. I'm going to run for a quick potty
And
break.
understanding
I'll
them and
be
how to
back in a
conduct
moment. I'll have my phone with
warfare
me, though.
in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, like, be protective and, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at the
it was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
a friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me and with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he'd be very sweet and apologetic, and he'd be kind, and things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch, and something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing. And I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads. And I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to.
Okay, I have a question. Can someone answer this question? What were those text messages in reference to? All those text messages that he was reading off a while ago that Doug supposedly sent, what were those talking about killing bad people and that kind of stuff? What was that all in reference to? Hey, Steph. Hi. I was trying to play catch up, but I was hurting and sitting was wearing me out. So I'm bringing you all to bed with me for nap time. Yay. Hi, doll baby. Sherez says those were texts he sent to Ashley, I think. Yeah, they were. She said she received them from Doug, but I'm just like, I don't know what the context around them were. I didn't catch that part. Um, yeah, Patricia says, "Hey, Steph, get some sleeps. Get some sleep, Steph. We love and missed you too. We certainly did. We certainly did. Especially Margaret. Margaret missed her frog logger." Okay, so Patricia says, "I'd love to know what those were referring to also, the texts." So they didn't say, like, there, and was it all one string? Like, or were those just random, like, texts that he sent that he just pulled out from here and there from different conversations? There's no context around each one. I don't, yeah. Miss King says, "I'm not sure, but I think she must have mentioned some of the things going on around her." Kiddos in there playing, being a loud butt. Frog logs, had to get that in before I pass out. Of course. I don't know when they were sent to her, but I think it may have been when they were at a court hearing of some sort. I missed that because it was on the phone. You can rewind, you know. I am a serial rewinder. You know that about me, everybody. I am a serial rewinder. Yeah. Do you guys want to go back and re-listen to that part? Rewind. Be kind and rewind. Serial rewinder, right? I'm a serial rewinder. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just rewind it back. It's not too far back there, so let's scooch back a little bit. Yeah, I want to get a little bit more information about these text messages. I just want to see him where he was flipping those papers. Okay, let's see if this is a good spot.
Move to introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Actually, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I take a look again. I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed. And understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at the
it was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
A friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we I talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off. And by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot. And he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when I got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor. And he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me, with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he would be very sweet and apologetic. And he'd be kind. And things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch. And something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing. And I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads. And I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Okay, sorry guys. I
Let me pass to you.
did not make it
Ashley,
to the
what
potty,
we
so I had to
marked as
go
defendant's
to the
exhibit
potty
number 11.
and use the potty. Then when I got into the bathroom, there was a daggone wasp I had to sit and fight with. Go figure.
Can you identify that, Ashley?
Go figure.
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a wasp. No thanks.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Receipt.
Me and headphones do not get along.
I'm going to read this to you.
Or earbuds,
Let me know
AirPods,
if
whatever.
it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me. calling me.
Okay, can I say something real quick about what that was though? I think those were supposed to be messages from her to Doug. Um I don't know, but I kind of like get the see for me. Miss King says, so I assume those messages are real since the prosecution did not object. For me, those text messages though they give me the vibe of let me put all these little dots in a row so that I have clickable proof. Like, what were the. Oh, these were messages she found between Doug and his former wife. Former wife. Okay. His former wife. Okay. See, now I got to go back and listen to that again. You guys, I'm a hot mess today. So wait. I got to rewind that. I did not realize that those were from the second wife. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Let's go back. You guys, please don't unsubscribe because I'm a serial rewinder. Please. So sorry. In my defense, I was just like coming down off of the woosah from having to fight a wasp in the bathroom. I mean, geez Louise. Hold on. Let me hit the play button.
To your head, twice function. At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
Eva's mom, right?
No objection.
Proceed.
I'm going to read this to you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me.
Okay, so those were cringy text messages, right? I'm still getting the, I don't know. I know that these were to the other wife or from the other wife, but I still get the, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, whenever I'm texting, I don't do the I don't know. I feel like they're just like bullet points of things that wants to be used. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being super biasy right now. Biased. Because I know it's not Ashley, it was Renee. Prosecution did not object. The daughter is out of the courtroom. Yeah, I did. What was up with the wearing the eye pencil part? I didn't understand that either. She couldn't have manipulated his former wife into writing these things. Yeah, no. That's not what I mean. It's very confusing, though. She says he kicked her because of his ED. They probably authenticated them because state didn't object, right? And his daughter's out of the room. Very weird. Very weird. Very weird. It shows a pattern of behavior across more than one person, right? Well, with his daughter being out of the courtroom, it kind of makes me think that she knew these text messages were getting ready to come up and she didn't want to hear them. Which to me says that's true too, that it's proof. Hey, Ween baby, I'm back. Kid took over the TV. I know how that is. All that said, he didn't deserve to be murdered, right? I know. Okay, let's continue.
Calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Tell us, please.
We were having an argument and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog, Sully, jumped up in between us and he punched him in the face so hard that he knocked him out. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes,
Kel, she died. Kel's like, could the defense call his ex to the stand to testify? She died, and that's when he met and married Ashley. She died from some sort of a heart issue. Yeah, Doug did admit to punching the dog. Yep, he did. Nope, not dealing with the animal abuse. I know. It's not good, Spins.
I had kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat multiple times. One time he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out and he was like waving it around. And then he threw it at me. And it hit the wall behind me, punched a hole in the wall. So I went to run.
I'm sorry, Chaloon. I'm sorry, babe. Good for you though for recognizing it, and you're like, peace out. Peace out. Love you. Mean it. I'll come back next time. Love you. Bye. I love you, Chaloon, though. You yeah, you're okay. I just know I gotta let X out. We love you. We love you. We love you. Miss King says, I know this case is about that day and if she was in danger from him, but I do think you have to take into account what had happened before. I think he had anger issues. That's apparent. Yes, protect yourself, Chaloon. Protect yourself. Go walk those dogs. Find a handsome man. Miss King, this is what is part of the battered spouse defense. It has to take past behavior into account. Yeah, it gets really tough. And I'm sorry I didn't have the trigger warning banner up. I forgot to do that. Oof. I forgot to do that. Love you, Chaloon. Bye, girl. Okay. Let's get back. And if you need to step away, step away. Let me also put up, hold on, I have a different banner. Let me find it. Where did it go? Here it is. Here we go. Prevalent, hold on, let me do that again. Trigger warning, DV, and IPV issues are prevalent in this case. If you or someone you know need help, please call the National DV hotline at 1-800-799-7233. Your voice deserves to be heard. There you go. Please, please, please. Spins 100%, honey. 100%. Yeah. 100%. You guys keep your mental health in check. Okay? Promise.
And to try to leave, he pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's gonna blow his fucking brains out, and I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking about your marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was going to get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it's the last thing on my mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get my stuff. And I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm gonna have an objection.
Can you approach?
So this, not gonna lie, this testimony is good. Good job, defense. I'm calling it for that, for what it is. I mean, if I was a juror right now at this point, I would have felt one way, and at this point, I might be going "Meow," like leaning the complete other way. So, I think this is a tough. Miss King said, so the last thing on her mind, but he had a vasectomy reversal. I don't believe that part. Yeah. Yeah. Let me scooch.
I'd like to make a statement for the record. I'd like to make a statement for the record.
He said, I'd like to make a statement for the record. Who was he talking to? Who was he talking to? That's bound to be Doug's mom or something, right? Or some sort of family member.
All right, Ashley, can you identify what we marked for identification of defendants exhibit
Judge,
number?
I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
She can't even identify it.
No, sir. I made my ruling.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, Were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What did you tell Doug?
Objection, yes, sir.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
Who is this old woman? So she's sitting on, I'm really confused. I thought she was sitting on Doug's side. Is she sitting on Ashley's side? Shiraz says, I suspect she's related to Ashley. Hmm. Hmm. Camera's on her because she's expressive, but she's reacting to rulings that are adverse to the defense.
How did you feel about your personal safety when you left Doug?
I was scared.
What was it that made you uncomfortable?
It was a lot of things. Just the things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
And were you afraid for just you?
I was pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Were there instances, Ashley, where you felt that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
I guess one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of things that would be done to intimidate you.
He would get in my face. He'd yell at me. He'd come at me like he was going to hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things, threw things at me.
Listen. you describe,
Yeah, welcome back,
if
Margaret.
you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, scary, unpredictable.
Ashley, did you take any steps in addition to leaving this letter to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes,
What did you do?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
Actually, I'd like to pass to you what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 13A and 13B and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
Lord have mercy, Margaret. Sounds like a train wreck. Dimly lit, totally unsafe for all the reasons. Eesh. It was a train wreck.
13A is the
Okay. We're zooming. We're speeding it up here.
The injunction?
There you go, Margaret. Good
Ashley,
attitude.
what was the date? Did the court grant the injunction?
yes, sir.
Was there a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the hearing?
Yes,
Was Doug present at the hearing?
yes.
Did the judge rule at the hearing?
From the bench, yes.
All right. What was the date of the hearing?
November 3rd, 2017.
I'm sorry?
November 3rd,
Of
2017. Yes.
Okay, now, was that order that the judge decreed violated?
Yes.
By who?
By Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida?
Yes.
From South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And did you open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell. And I got like an instant headache.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you to identify it.
Okay. What do I do with these? Okay. Yes,
What is it?
it's a picture of the package he sent to me.
Is it a true and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November?
The outside of it, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No, Judge.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back up and I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, aside from the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina
Yes, Ween Baby. I
restraining
guess
order.
Yes.
one of the times. Apparently, she said he
Did you, when
did
you
multiple things.
contacted the police, request that they take some action?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Okay.
All right, another sidebar.
Were you subsequently notified, Ashley?
That's a good
by the state attorney's
point right there,
office,
Ween Baby.
Here in Manatee County that no charges were to be filed.
Yes,
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
not off the top of my head.
Let me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th, 2018.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have contact with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
Does there come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring?
Yes.
So at or about the time of that, what steps, if any, did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction here in Florida.
What was the result?
It was denied.
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
There was a time sharing agreement set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, did you tell the court,
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead and finish the question.
did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic acts of violence by Doug?
Yes.
Overruled. I'm sorry. Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, or can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my head.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection.
This prosecutor is like, ooh, hurry up and let me at her. 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 Ooh, Margaret, what? I've decided going forward, I'm probably going to job hop. They say it's the best way to make more money. I should have left that old job years ago, but it was safe and what I thought secure. Bleh. What do you mean job hop? What does that mean? What does job hopping mean? You guys, we have 15 votes, which means we have 11 people in here currently. So people have been coming and going, bouncing in and out. So if you're in the chat and you have not currently voted in the poll, I invite you to vote in the poll. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Would you like me to read the whole thing, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
I would just like to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
Reflect.
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay, then without referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Can I finish reading this section?
Remove the document
Yeah,
from.
you need to remove the document if the memory's been refreshed.
I just said I didn't finish reading that part.
So it needs to finish reading.
I'm sorry, take your time, finish reading.
Okay.
I need a coffee refill. barista, waiter, coffee refill, please, somebody, anybody. Oh, that's me. I'm the waiter, the barista. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go get a coffee refill soon. Soon.
I don't expect you to remember all the details. I'm going to ask you for the high points.
Okay, sorry, there's just a lot in here. Okay.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, the things that you had to say.
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking him, throwing our cat Snuffy, about him trapping me, grabbing me, yanking me, tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. He trapped me in the closet, smash things like that.
All right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was a deposition taken of Doug.
Yes,
Were you present?
yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you able to hear the entire proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Did Doug make
Objection.
Approach.
Sidebar City.
Ashley?
Can we approach based on this as well?
Okay.
Lord have mercy. Jeez Louise. I think this is what Shiraz was talking about a while ago because she said something about coming up was going to be difficult to watch because the state objects so much. This is what she's talking about. This is what she meant.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17.
Okay.
I'd ask you if you can identify it. Ashley, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is.
They're text messages between me and Doug.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence defense exhibit number 17.
Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Shiraz says I just posted her letter under my community tab. Hold on, let me go look. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hmm. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. So, Shiraz, do you mind if I share this? Do you mind if I share the screen and read it? It's 4 cut and paste images because YouTube won't allow PDFs. This is the letter she wrote to him that state won't allow into the exhibits, but that she's reading from to refresh her memory. Do you care if I share the screen on your community post? Show it. It's part of the court file. Okay, good deal. Awesome. Hold on just a second. Let me stop that screen and go to this one. All right. All right. This says, I can hardly tell you that I am, I can honestly, it says honestly, courtesy of seeking justice discord. Okay. Thank you. It says, I can honestly tell you that I'm completely heartbroken. Please do not be rash. Hear me out and read all the way to the end of this letter. Over this past year, we have had good times, yes, but you have also displayed scary and irrational behavior with sudden bursts of rage and fits of anger, extreme and uncontrollable anger. This has left me constantly stressed to the point of nausea and scared for my safety. I never know what will set you off, and so I always walk on eggshells to try and keep the peace. It's like you are two very different people, and I'm never sure when you will lash out and be overtaken with rage. You yell, scream, and cuss at me, even telling me we should get a divorce, that you don't want to see me or touch me again, and that you don't love me. You put my life in danger multiple times when you had a sudden fit of anger when driving with me in the car. You have driven erratically, way too fast, broken traffic laws, crossed in front of an oncoming traffic, driven up over a curb, through grass, almost hit several trees, and acted like you were going to crash the car. Sometimes you break things, smash, drinking, uh, drinking or something wall in the kitchen. You have even pointed a loaded gun at your head and then shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen. It won't let me click it. Yeah. No. Okay. There are holes you have punched in the walls all over the house and even in a door from when you got angry and were yelling in a fit of rage. Uh, you use very scary and threatening language that makes me fearful of you and what you might do to me. You even say things to make it sound like I am lucky you punch walls instead of me because you don't know what I have done or what I am capable of. You have intimidated me by getting in my face, even cornering me in either the closet or bathroom and blocking my way out. You have even grabbed my arm and squeezed and yanked me. I have even seen you get mad at the girls, yelled, screamed, and cussed at them. I now understand why Eva used to tell me she was afraid of you. You are possessive, controlling, and manipulating. All of this is not even to mention the conditions I have. Something. The house is falling apart in many ways. Cracked tile, floors in the bathroom that pinch your feet when you walk, toilets that don't work all the time, and places where the ceiling is literally falling down in giant chunks. There are exposed outlets and wires where I have electrocuted myself. There is black mold on the walls and ceiling in the kitchen pantry. The sink in the master bathroom was broken for months, so I had no hot water or all winter. The electric and water have been turned off because of unpaid bills. We even got a notice in the mail that our house was going into foreclosure. We did not have a working dishwasher for months. The tap water is unsafe to drink and smells and tastes like chemicals, and we know it killed our fish. The water filter broke in the refrigerator, and we have been left without safe drinking water. Hold on. Without safe drinking water or ice, forcing us to buy bottled water. We've run out multiple times now and been without water for days, even over a week. This has been going on for months. All these things and more I have overlooked and lived with for now a year because I love you. But even since finding out I was pregnant, you have continued to display psychotic, irrational, and unsafe behavior that has left me fearful for my life and safety as well as that of my unborn child. I have come to get only what belongs to me. Do not harass or try to follow me, or I will call the police and have a restraining order against you. I will talk with you only via text starting Tuesday, September 19th. Do not call me or my mom. We will not pick up. Thank you for understanding, Ashley. Okay. Wow. Thank you so much, Shiraz, for letting us see that. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, a lot, a lot. Now let me go back over here and reshare the sounds like where Margaret had her interview, right? Let me go back over here and share. Oh my God, Jolie is in there squalling her head off. Okay. Hold on, kiddo. Dog wants out. Okay, Shiraz. Thank you though again for letting us see that. I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you how I feel about that. It's the same as I felt about the text messages from his previous wife. I feel like they are bullet points. You're not going to point all those things out. What? Hold on, guys. Okay. She has informed me that she would like a sandwich. So I'm going to go fix the child a sandwich. Okay. But what I was trying to say is that I feel like they're playing chess, thinking ahead. And these are like bullet points. Why would you tell these things whenever they know these things already? It's like they're writing this letter or these text messages so that they can go have something to show as proof later when they need it in their back pocket. So they can come back later and say, oh, well, by the way, I have proof that, these things happen because here's a text message of it or here's a letter of it. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? If that's how I felt about my husband, I wouldn't write him a letter and say, you did this, you did that. This is on this date, you did that, and you did this. And we have bad water and it killed the fish, and blah, blah. They're like bullet points. It's just weird to me. Weird. Okay. I'm going to start this back and I'm going to go fix her a sandwich and I'm going to get me some more coffee. So I'll be right back.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Ashley, in defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
And does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, those text messages do not say that.
I'm going to sustain. If you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct. Was a tracker at any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug no, hold on. While the state is reviewing that, Ashley, I'm going to pass to you defendants exhibits 19 and 20. Tell us, if you would, what they depict.
Holes in the drywall of the house, our house in South Carolina.
Refer to them specifically. Exhibit number,
19 has a
what does
picture
that show?
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it. It's kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a true and accurate production of what existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move them into evidence.
State, any objection to defense 19 and 20?
No.
Received. All right.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
Yes, in a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give
I-
us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was, just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
He was driving here.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley,
She,
were you present
yes,
for the incident?
yes, he was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft,
And was this reported to the police?
yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home.
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23, 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right, and what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
Does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? Received?
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2020 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection. Previous ruling.
Sustained.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some like Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, Judge. Previous ruling. Excuse me, this ruling.
Can you approach?
All right, guys, I'm
Defendants.
I'm back. Made me a little here,
No, I already
a little
ruled on
rap.
authenticity in the past.
A little
So Over the state's objection, admitted.
Yum.
Thank you.
This is my late lunch.
Take a look at Exhibit 4A, Ashley.
And I made a fresh cup of coffee. It's steaming.
What's the date?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search on
Margaret said, can I
5/11/23?
have a sandwich too? Extra mustard and cheese.
2020,
Hey, I've got
yes.
cheese and mustard on
2020
mine.
rather?
Yes.
I've got
And will you tell
chicken.
us what the
It's
subject
like a
you
rotisserie
researched was?
chicken.
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the
I'm
subject?
going to mute myself and eat.
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting with an abusive ex. The Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment. Actually, I'm going to pass you what's been previously admitted as defense exhibit number 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a whole chain of emails that were forwarded to me by my attorney.
And what is the date it was forwarded to you on?
It says Wednesday, September 23rd of 2020.
Did you read it?
Yes. I mean, do you want me to reread it now or?
Did you read it when it was forwarded to you?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, can the attorneys approach, please?
Okay.
Ms. Benefield, you can step down. You can take your water, you can step down.
Okay. Should I?
Just leave everything there.
Okay. Can I throw this out? Okay.
Members of the jury, it's about 11:45, so I'm going to let you go on your lunch break at this point. If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. And when I say by 1 o'clock, maybe 5 till, because the goal will be to go ahead and get you on up here and get started right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form. Don't discuss it with anybody outside of this jury, and do not do any research, watch television, read articles, anything at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, leave your notes just right there on your chair, and we'll see you back right at 1 o'clock.
Sorry. I was filling my face full of yummy yum. Um, I was trying to get caught up on the comments. And Shiraz says, does it seem to you that she planned on portraying him as an abusive husband all along? Just want to see where you're coming from and why her testimony seems disingenuous. Um, I don't. I don't think that she was trying to portray him as an abusive husband. I think he probably was one. Um, what I meant was, it just seems strange to me that she's like documenting it. Like she knows, in my mind, it's almost like she knows she's going to do something with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant by that. Um, and I don't know that I believe that she like intended to, you know, kill him. But um I don't know. I just don't it, her behavior felt disingenuous earlier on, but then the um what do you want to say? Hold on, Margaret says, now see, this is the way she should sit at the table. This look right here, with her eyes shut. I saw that whenever I clicked the pause button. I was like, ooh, look, she's got her eyes shut. But I'm just, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like she's manipulative. And, I don't know what happened that day in that bedroom. I have no idea if the self-defense, thing, I just don't know. And I feel like the defense has proven that he was abusive. I don't know that I believe that I don't believe the prosecution has proven their case either. I just don't know. Um, when you're living with someone that gaslights, denies actual reality, you get really particular with dates, times, etc., because you already know they're going to deny it ever happened that way. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. $100%. Um, I don't know. I feel, yeah, I do feel like she's manipulative. Yeah. She might be, you learn to work in underhanded ways, hiding stuff that will cause an outburst. It looks a lot like manipulation because it is. Trying to manage someone else's behavior, 100% manipulation. Now, I'm eager to see how this cross examination goes. I'm eager to see how she handles that.
All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, when we had taken that break earlier, I had instructed you that you're in the middle of your testimony. You still are, because now the state's going to have the opportunity to do its cross-examination. The rule of sequestration applies to you. You may not discuss your testimony, any questions that have been asked with you, anything about the case, including with your own attorneys and defense team. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys are free to go, and we'll see you back here. Just maybe a couple of minutes, as I said, state and defense, maybe just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, with the goal of getting everybody up here and started right at 1.
Okay.
All right? Exhibits, the clerk's checking right now. Parties, stay still until the clerk tells me that she has all of the exhibits that have been entered or proffered. Wait, 4A through D, you had proffered, but then you took them back?
I believe she
Okay.
has.
Those are the same ones?
Yes, sir.
You didn't remark new ones?
No.
All right. I need 13A, B. Defense 13A and B. Oh, you know what? Those weren't admitted.
Right, not admitted.
Right. No, so they weren't admitted. It was referenced and then that was it. Okay, all right, you guys are all set. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay, let's fast forward through the lunch break. Ooh, did you see that big burly man right there with all the hair and the long beard? Check him out. Wonder who he is. Wonder who that dude is. Sorry, I'm still over here munching on my mozzarella cheese stick. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. He is a grizzly man, right? Hmm. Miss King says, I think the texts from the previous wife were very helpful. Ashley was not the first one he had used. I think she was trying to get things out of this marriage, but he is not this stand-up guy. I've never been in a DV relationship, but I've lived with emotionally abusive narcissists for years. It's thoroughly disorienting. If not for a journal I kept, they'd have me convinced I imagined the whole thing. Grizzly man. He was a grizzly man, right? Kel said, same here, Shiraz. Grizzly Adams. Yes. That's who it looked like. That's who it looked like. That wrap was amazing. I love those. Those are my go-to. Yum, yum, yum. That's the one I meant, Grizzly Adams. Yes. Kelsa, that's why I no longer trust my gut and instincts because I was convinced they were always wrong. Mm. Mm. You and Morgana at the same time. Mm. Shiraz says, Miss King, I think she probably entered the relationship for less than ideal reasons. She may have thought she landed a meal ticket. He promised her the moon, then he took the mask off. That's what I think too. I think she saw the money and the opportunity. I hope you've managed, Shiraz says, Kel, I hope you've managed to find your way back to respecting your instincts. Life doesn't always give us logical proof, and all we have is our gut. I'll tell you one thing, Shiraz, about Miss Kel Riddick here. One of these days, our Kel will be standing on a stage, speaking on a microphone behind a whatever you call those things that you stand at when you give like TED Talks, you know. That's what she's going to do. She's either going to be a motivational speaker for women or she is going to be a teacher of some sort to women in that particular arena that you guys are talking about right now. She's going to. I can see it. It's her calling. Shiraz says, I'm also cognizant that my gut could just be another word for cognitive bias. And anything I see after that, just confirmation bias. It's a hard call.
I need to show them some things. Can I take them out and show them?
Kel said, I'm really trying to, Shiraz.
Yeah, let me know if you find everybody.
Okay.
Kel is like my, Kel's like, will you shut up, Jenny? But Kel is like my emotional Mel Robbins. If y'all know who Mel Robbins is. If you don't, then don't worry about it. But look her up because she's a smart cookie. But Kel is like my emotional Mel Robbins. When I'm passionate about something, I have words. Otherwise, I'm very reserved and quiet, besides my dad jokes. Anyway. Well, I mean, you're passionate about that. And I love your dad
Good
jokes.
afternoon. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. We've had our lunch break. It's about 1:08 in the afternoon. I have both prosecutors and Mr. Taylor here along with Ms. Benefield.
Oh, Shiraz, the
Before we get
questioning and
started, Ms.
re-questioning?
Benefield,
Yeah, that's
when we took our lunch break, I gave you the full
That's a
warning that I
constant with me.
give to all the witnesses that you've heard multiple times regarding sequestration. I was erroneous, however, because my instruction to the criminal defendant has to be modified slightly. You are allowed to meet and speak with your attorney over the break. I no sooner got upstairs than realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, even arguable error, that I correct that now.
I appreciate it, Judge. We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
I think there will be a pre-objection to something I intend to introduce.
Okay, yeah, if you know about them now, let's talk about them before we bring the jury in.
Well, I don't know which ones are.
Kel. I love all y'all. I love all
Oh,
y'all's.
you don't have to approach. Or unless you want to. Is it something we want to keep?
No.
Okay.
I love all y'all's.
I did.
So I have States Exhibit 103 and States Exhibit 104.
Yes.
We love you, Kel.
It's their objection, so.
Okay, yes, objection.
Relevance is to the
And you know what? Who would have ever thought that a true crime channel would be, because you're not the first that said that, right? Who would have thought that a true crime channel would be a safe place for people? Right? Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that? This earbud is driving me insanity. But yes, we do love you. And who would have thunk that a true crime channel would be some of y'all's safe places? Blows my mind. But I'm glad that you feel safe here. I'm glad. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Yeah, I believe so. Very ironic.
modeling photo. And mugshot, we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law, mugshots are not.
I disagree that the case law is clear that mugshot is not admissible, but the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot.
I'm sorry, it's Friday. I get lovey on Fridays, but Kel knows. Like, I wanted to say this a while ago. Whenever I popped her comment up on the screen about how she says she couldn't get through some days without us. Kel is like, I love everybody here. I love every one of you. I have a special place in my heart for Kel, though. Kel is like, I don't know. I just love me some Kel. I love me some Kel. I've met Kel in person. I've hugged Kel. I've kissed Kel right on the face. Yeah. We've drank alcohol together, Kel and I. We've drank alcohol together in person. Yes, we have. Kel is a beautiful person inside and out. She absolutely is a beautiful person inside and out, and I love her so much. So much. Shiraz says, not every true crime channel is a safe place. Court TV and LNC both have some pretty vicious chat rooms. Right? They just want to see a witch burning. I know. Those places are toxic. that's what scares me about, that's really what scares me about having a channel and its growth. Like, um, the more people you have, the bigger the live chats get. It's, you know, going to be harder and harder and harder to keep stuff at bay. I guess that's why, you have good moderators, But Morgana said, I know, Kel, it's my gift. Shress is all Jenny. Next time there's an informal meetup, give me a call. I'll bring the booze. Yes, yes, yes. Kel said, thank you, thank you. Now please stop. I'm embarrassed. I really do love you guys and all of your own unique special qualities. Okay, I'll stop, but I do love you. Heifer. That's why you have mods. Those channels don't have mods or didn't for a long time. Mods with guidelines. Well, they don't ever like delete the comments. Like I would be like delete, 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 you know? Yeah. And QB has the right mindset. She's like, delete now, ask questions later, right? Or block now, ask questions later. But anyway, okay, I'm going to stop embarrassing Kel. Love you, mean it. And let's get back to this.
That I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot that occurred weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to? A modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face and down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested. All right, I was just checking because there's like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture. So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think I don't agree that there's a blanket prohibition on the entry of a booking photo. However, it is a bit of a more unique situation if there was an erroneous decision not to allow one party or the other to introduce evidence during the other side's case in chief. It's a fairly simple remedy that the other party can just call them in their case in chief or in rebuttal, lay the proper predicate and introduce the evidence if it's admissible. In this situation, it's a little bit different. Obviously, these would need to be authenticated by the defendant, so I don't think it's improper. I'll allow it. The only thing I'm going to require, however, is the 104 is just to be referred to by the date. On such and such a date was your photo taken.
And Judge, I respectfully disagree. There's no case law that says a jury cannot know that a person was arrested. The only case law is that a person cannot be made to sit at a trial in jail clothes. But there is no prohibition. They know she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that helps substantiate the date that it was taken and the time that it was taken.
And I think you can ask her the date and time. So, yeah, no, overruled.
All right, can I see the exhibits?
Of course.
And Judge, just for the record, the state has still not received the ordered defense exhibit list that we instructed them to get.
Are there any other defense exhibits? Well, let's finish. Let's close this issue out.
Yes, sir.
So they're getting through these little what's going to be allowed, what's not going to be allowed prior to her cross.
Asked regarding defense exhibits. I don't know what's left. I don't know what witnesses are being called or when. But do you have an exhibit list that complies with Rule 3.220?
I think we gave them all.
No?
With multiple pages in each one. That is not what they are going to introduce specifically.
Well, the rule calls for what do you intend to introduce?
We have them, we will share them with the prosecution.
Oh, Shiraz said that's.
Prior to
I
any
was
other
going to
witnesses
point out
being
that
called.
comment too about the
Okay.
censorship. These dummies don't know what freedom of speech is, anyways. So there's
State.
I just still would ask for a list because it's hard for us to, when showing us them, I don't have the ability to copy them and do all those things like I would have if I had gotten a proper list. And so it's
I
just
hate
hard
this
for me
AirPod.
to be able to then go find the things, to be able to figure out if they're complete.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a mid-trial exhibit exchange. And we'll take a break. Maybe it'll be the mid-afternoon break. I have no idea.
We'll give them a list.
And you're gonna get a list. And if not, you can go through them and you can write on a piece of paper exactly what they are. And if you say, I want a copy, they're gonna give you a copy.
Yes, sir, thank you so much.
Okay. Problem solved. You ready? You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. When we finish, Ms. Benefield, you were on the stand, so if you could reposition yourself, please.
And if we could put the screen down, please.
what I was saying is there are some channels whenever you go into a live chat, before it will let you chat, it will say like chat rules. Please, be respectful, do this, do that, blah, blah, no name calling, blah, blah, blah. I have looked and looked and looked and looked for that. It's kind of like the rules that they make you answer questions and check mark or whatever when you join a new Facebook group or whatever. And I've looked in my YouTube dashboard, like settings things for the live chat streams, and I can't find that option anywhere. I've Googled it, and it says that it's something that they rolled out, but not every creator has the ability to do that. They don't have that option. Apparently, I don't have that option, but I would love to have that so that people, when they come in, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know where it's at or if I'll eventually get that option, but wonder what Jules thinks. I don't know. I don't know what she thinks. The only entity that can take away your freedom of speech is the government. This is your channel, your house. You get to make the rules. They don't like them, they can go elsewhere. Exactly. You get that message when you first subscribe. I know what you're talking about. Wonder if you have to get to a certain level of subs before that's available. That's what I'm wondering. But yeah, you do. You get that when you first subscribe and you go into a live chat. It'll make you, agree to those terms or whatever. But I haven't seen it. I can't find it.
And shut the lines. Thank you.
Yeah. The clerk is going to leave the lights.
Maybe now that I'm over the 500 sub amount,
When you need the,
it'll let me.
lights
I haven't
lower, then
looked
let
in a
us
few
know.
days, so I can go back and check over the weekend or something.
I don't know what you're talking about. 52. I don't need it. Oh.
All right, bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury. You know what we watched over the weekend? I got off of the live stream not over the weekend. This was the other day. a few nights. Was it Thursday? No, wasn't yesterday. What is today? Today's Friday. It was a few days ago. I got done streaming and I went into I kept hearing this song playing and I knew the song because I always whistle it when I start hearing it. And it's the dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. So, you guys tell me in the chat if you know what that tune is from. Tell me if you know what that tune is from. I can't whistle and smile at the same time. But tell me if you know what that's from. I heard it and I was like, oh, and I went in there and flopped down in my big recliner with my blanket, and me and the kiddos and the husband just sat right there and watched the entire movie. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Sherry says, nope. I know somebody's going to get it. Somebody's going to get it. Somebody's going to get it. Kel said it sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Oh my God, I love that. Every time I hear that song, I whistle it because they whistle it in the movie. And the whistler is a rooster. And there's a prince in the movie that sucks his thumb and pulls on his ear and says, Mommy. Patricia said, I'm terrible at remembering or recognizing melodies, but great with lyrics. You guys, it's Robin Hood, the Disney movie Robin Hood, the original Disney Robin Hood. Remember the little rooster chicken dude that's the narrator? He's whistling it and singing it. I heard it and I was like, oh, I love Robin Hood. It was so good. I hadn't seen it for a long time. I couldn't tell you how many times I've watched that movie, the cartoon. But Jolie had never seen it before. She'd never watched it. And she was like, she just stared at it. Shress said, oh, wow, that one's covered in cobwebs. It's been a minute. Kel said, I haven't seen that movie in such a long time. Oh, my God. We loved it. We watched it. When I hear that song, oh, it just, I love that song. All right. Now we're going to get back to it. I don't know what made me think of that song, or what made me think of the movie. Something somebody said. All right, let's go. I got way off topic there. Oh, wow.
Or you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Over the lunch break, did anybody talk amongst yourselves or discuss the case in any way? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. All right, State, you may begin your cross-examination.
Another quick side note. I promise we're going to get through this. Judge Gull, when was this posted? 30 minutes ago. Judge Gull for Richard Allen, Delphi. Sleuthy on Twitter says Judge Gull denies more media requests for upcoming Richard Allen hearing. Not surprised. I'm telling you, we're not going to get to see what did they say? A scintilla of that trial. Guarantee it. We're not going to see a drop of that. But then I got a notification too from Kathy Russin on Twitter. Reenactment of killing. Ashley Benefield was asked by the prosecutor to demonstrate the moments leading up to and the moment she shot her husband. Benefield is charged with second-degree murder of her husband. So she has her do a reenactment. That's going to be crazy to watch. Okay. All right. She is sus. She is sus, right? Okay. I'm not going to pause anymore, okay? That's a lie. I'm sure I will in 2 seconds. Let's go.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you ever, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you ever.
No,
He never kicked you.
no.
He never pointed a gun at you,
He waved a gun in my direction.
but it was not pointed at you, correct?
It was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife
No,
or a club
no,
or a baseball bat.
no.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes,
And you got married after 13 days.
yes,
No,
And
ma'am.
you spoke with him about or organized with him about starting this ballet.
yes.
Correct. And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
My mom also funded the part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it. Money.
Not from my account, no.
Okay. In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said in the very beginning he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No,
He didn't?
he did not pay for the cruise. No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that means,
he
Shiraz.
paid,
What does that
for
even
my
mean?
friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go,
yes.
and he did not go with you.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. But I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is States Exhibit 99.
You better stop it right now. I mean, look at you in that profile
If
picture.
we
You're a
could dim
hot
the
mama.
lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, state would enter into evidence States 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
You better stop it, Shiraz. I think you're beautiful. I've seen you too. Remember, you were on here with us one day. Well, there's like a whole new group of people in there. What in the world? Oh, that chick's got flamingo earrings. Do you see him? Look at the chick with the long hair. She got big pink flamingo earrings right there. Oh my God.
Any objection to States 99?
It's your faux
Proceed.
book pick.
So I'm going to put this up on the board behind you, screen.
Yeah, it's Florida. Yeah. I like fun earrings too. And I like big earrings. When I wear earrings, they're usually big ones. I need to start wearing earrings again. I noticed the other day my earring holes are gonna have to be punched through again because they're trying to close up on me
Trying
because
to
I
get
never
it to
wear
come up on the
earrings.
screen. Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these as we go through. I'm going to expand it so you can see it.
Okay, I gotta go get my earrings. Hold on.
And if you could just read these for the jury.
Oh, okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing. Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like, always being armed. Yes, my love.
And the outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's up on the screen.
Where?
So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been in Charleston.
Okay. He wasn't on a business trip?
believe so.
Okay, continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people, then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelt on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself, and you were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said, or,
Um,
I'm sorry,
he-
and then he said,
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
and you said,
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck and I couldn't defend you. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but
let me pull that back up.
he said it is
I'm back.
strange, but there is no emotional connection. I said, well, I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad, I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
Okay, you can continue to read.
Hey, Nicole.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now, I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't. You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband who is gentle to me and kind. He said, we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe? That's what I said. And I said, let's not ruin the day. He said, but kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night. I was talking to him on the phone, and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top deck, and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think. I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were
Okay, I'm
talking,
gonna stop you
he
there.
heard.
Is the answer yes or no? Did,
She's saying,
She needs to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor.
You finish your answer.
He had heard a couple guys that were talking loudly, and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me. And so he had talked about then that he imagined that, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
and he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry.
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time I kind of, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes,
He would scream at you.
yes,
He would call you slut and whore,
yes.
and you want a baby.
I mean, yeah, we were married. We wanted a family.
Okay. So the vasectomy reversal happens, and I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then.
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
Okay. So you knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while, so it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did.
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall,
He threw it at me.
shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yes.
What were you arguing about?
I think Eva was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you at that time?
I wouldn't say I had a problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that
Okay.
were not ideal.
You knew she was 15
Yeah,
and you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
10 years, 9 years, 10 years.
And this tension surprised you.
No. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
and you had no feelings of your own.
Oh, I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
You want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture. It had like deep sides, and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated. And I put it on like a black cardstock. And I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms, and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I'd taken a lot of time to make it for her, and I thought it was special. And yeah.
You began crying,
Yes.
and you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
Right. It wasn't that. It was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to
Okay.
Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it in fact what you were arguing about before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter?
Can you approach, please?
Approach, 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 approach. I mean, don't get me wrong, Eva it probably did offend her, Ashley. But
You actually, at one point, were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes,
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands.
I believe so.
And the entire time, you're upset about this shadow box.
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop
I guess not.
for the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop. And then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He's still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns.
Mm-hmm.
You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have had at the time more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis?
I haven't been to the range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra?
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So having a firearm in a car or in the house is not that unusual to you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you,
He did point
but
it
he
at me.
throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was this? What was the date of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. So even though you'd been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes, when we got married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come.
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up.
Yes,
You're in your wedding dress.
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. I want you to tell me what this is, or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you. What is this a picture of?
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is it at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102, what is that?
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence States 100 through 102.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
No.
Received.
Thank you. And in States 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And States 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to
And you
go.
needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant.
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the
Well,
question.
you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
I agree with that,
So
Kel,
shortly
yeah.
after you moved in with your mother, a couple of months, you filed for an injunction in South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the fact that, or you talked with the defense about the fact that it was a mutual injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parties agreed to stay away from each other, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it was for both parties to stay away.
No evidence was presented at this hearing.
I don't believe so.
None of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction.
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction, other than you stipulated to it.
Have a great weekend with your
judge
mama,
ordered it,
Lauren.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Love you, babe. See you on Monday.
And this injunction, actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes,
It's a tea set,
among other things. Yes, ma'am.
and you liked tea.
I like drinking tea. Yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box. The whole contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office.
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was like maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office and you claim that this was a violation of injunction. Right.
It was. Yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals in-
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you, plan to poison you.
Well, based off of what I was told, that was the
Yes
conclusion
or
I came
no,
to.
ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that, correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay, so when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring of 2018?
when. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017,
Yes, ma'am.
and you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018,
That sounds right.
but you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and, yeah.
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T said. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct, I
Okay.
believe.
And you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date,
Yes.
about 6 months old.
And had there been any violence towards you between the time that you filed for this and the time when you had the hearing and she was 6 months old?
He had showed up at night in my driveway, but I mean, there's no physical contact if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And was this a time when the baby had been born?
I don't remember the date of when he was in the driveway.
How about, since we're talking about this, let's talk about the incident you talked about where the neighbor said that that Doug was there. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. He was outside, standing in the yard at night, I guess trying to look in the windows of my house.
And where's this neighbor's house?
She is directly across the street.
Okay. And isn't it true, in fact, that this was very dark? It was very dark out.
Yes, ma'am, it was at night.
Okay. And your neighbor told you that she saw someone in her backyard walking, correct?
I think she said that when she confronted him, he kind of ran away.
Okay. She never told you he was at your window.
What she said was that he was trying to look in the windows.
In her yard?
The way the houses are situated, where he was standing, he was looking across into the windows of our house. Yes, ma'am.
And she couldn't see who this person was.
Object.
She told you.
She's asking Ms. Benefield about what the neighbor knew.
Overruled.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she
The
identified him
fact is,
from
she
that.
didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she contacted us and said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry, this is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her,
Yes, ma'am.
and she goes, "Oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there."
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably
Don't a
part
lot
of
of
it.
people wear baseball caps?
She needs to allow Ms.
I'm
Bennett to
sure.
complete her answer before she cuts her off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, I live around here, I live here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
thank you.
Yeah.
Now I want to move forward to 2019. Around this time, Judge Moreland had already ruled that you could not have your injunction, right?
She denied it. Yes, ma'am.
And that Doug could have immediate visitation with his daughter.
She ordered time sharing. Yes.
Did you start visitation with Doug and Emerson very shortly after that hearing?
Yes, according to the court order. Yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation?
I offered, and he said he would be glad for me to come. So yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation?
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know that I'd say I thought she would never help me, but I mean, she denied the injunction. Yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of a, I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug
Yes.
and a lot of time with Emerson,
Yes.
and you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No. I mean, I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's house.
He wanted to move in. Yes.
You actually agreed to that.
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion. He told me.
Okay. And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe? Sir, can you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
So during this time, you're speaking with Doug,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And
Ooh,
you're
did Tiny
talking
Table
with
Man
him
get in trouble?
About moving into your home.
He was insistent that. we
Wasn't it
needed to move in
yesterday?
together.
Yes or no, please?
Wasn't it yesterday that Morgana was like, who is that flipping all them pages? He needs to knock it off. Well, your tiny table man just got in trouble, Morgana. Tiny Table Man 2.0 just got in trouble.
You were talking with him.
She interrupting the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall,
So
as opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house
Yes.
and about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
Yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him, no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said,
Okay.
I can't do this.
Isn't it true that in fact, you didn't tell him no, you just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, He knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay. And then you did not take his phone calls, you would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting. You ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But visitation continued,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at the time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with an engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we
Okay.
dated. Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it a fact that Doug filed for divorce after one of these visitations?
I'm not
we
sure
already
when
know
he filed for
that?
divorce specifically.
Wait, did we already know that she was seeing somebody when she was still married? Did we already know that little bit of business? I don't remember that.
He filed for divorce after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
How did he find out? Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Right. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. ma'am.
Well, it was a ring. Did he see the ring on your finger?
I'm not sure what he saw. I wear rings all the time.
Okay. So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden, you file for, well, you start a bunch of complaints,
Mind blown.
correct?
Mind
About
blown.
his treatment of Emerson. What you say, his bad treatment of Emerson.
Well, she started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Yes.
Okay. And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done, is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made,
About,
Emerson and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Jack, can we,
Yes.
Okay, I literally stepped away for like 3 seconds because kiddo was hollering. I gotta rewind this back to serial reminder here. I don't want to miss this.
And you complained about the first time and nothing was done, is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made,
About,
Ooh, that's a good
Emerson.
idea, Margaret.
and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Jack, can we,
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything big. Right? I'm fast forwarding.
During this time, did you speak with members of the sheriff's office?
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office
Yes, ma'am.
on numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5.
Probably yes, ma'am.
And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was explaining the injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay, but you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
Objection. Finish your answer, ma'am.
Okay, so she made it sound like she took the kid in and the doctor was like, oh, something's not right here. I got to call CPS over this. And she's like, you know that the doctor has to call CPS if the mom alleges. And she said, I didn't allege anything. All I did was bring a video and showed her a video. That's alleging, ma'am. That's alleging. What do you call that?
Well, after showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also call and make a report.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video when she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them.
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming
Hey,
that he
Steph,
caused
welcome
injuries
back.
to Emerson.
I'm glad you got to show a good nap.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was.
And Steph, you're going to have to just watch back. You need to rewind this day all the way back and watch it over the weekend. Because she's been on the stand the vast majority of the day, okay? We heard some things, not so good, very horrible, bad things about Doug that were proven. Also, my feelings towards Ashley are like a roller coaster. Yeah, considering you, ma'am, Steph, wanted the whole black swan thing, and then I serve it on a silver platter to you, and then you're like, nah, I don't want it. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Kinda. Steph is the reason I looked at the black swan thing. She's like, yes, well, let's do it. And then she's like, okay, bye. And then she decides to go on vacation and have medical issues and end up in the whole daggone hospital for days and days and days and days on end. And it's all your fault, Steph. It's all your fault. Blame my ovary, she said. Ovary, I blame you. sorry, Steph. It's funny and you know it. Her ovary was like, nope, nope. Oh, God. Steph said, I'm sorry, it's not my fault. I know how to party. And after you watch it, we want a book report. We do. We want a whole book report. You missed a Margaret poem and everything. Yeah, you missed a Margaret came on yesterday and read a whole poem. Okay, let's get back to it.
Seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time,
You filed a petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
at the advice of
No black swan. Come back 1 year.
my attorney. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
Poor Steph. Seriously, though. That's painful.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland.
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing
You
was
were in the
supposed to take
poem.
place on
Think.
September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day,
Yes, ma'am.
and there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we had both filed for divorce at that point. Yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce, you file an injunction petition, then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay.
I believe.
And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30. Yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just
Yes.
heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything. Yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was. That there was not going to be any mediation really because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we close things down, that it would make it easier, like legal wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland. Yes.
and drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're
put
getting
my
everything
headphones back on.
together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on that injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape, you asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about whether to go forward on an injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
while you're out having these types of experiences with them?
Yeah, sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see. This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
That is so loud and obnoxious.
I didn't know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
Is it like with words? I'd say not safe.
Get real?
Like a word.
Real?
Working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother?
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum.
people literally like rant.
Oh no, it's running out of time.
I live in
House.
a
Real house. Wife.
to put together.
Oh, housewives of.
No,
Oh, real. Oh.
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
I don't know the exact date.
When was, I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure it was right around then. I don't remember when it
Okay.
was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on?
No,
No?
I guess not. No,
He's not hitting you.
no, ma'am.
He's not choking you.
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around.
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on.
Well, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with them,
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking
physical
me.
violence
I mean,
during this time.
he could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So hang on just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday,
I believe that's correct,
and
yes,
you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. So it seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together to go to Maryland.
Yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words. No.
Expert testimony, domestic violence. These jurors must.
Yeah, it's 5:30. Apparently the stream has ended and I have to go back. You know how they do me. They all of a sudden it's just like a wham, smacks you way out of whack somewhere. I gotta find where I was at.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry. This is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her,
Yes, ma'am.
and she,
I think he was stalking me.
it wasn't the ring on your finger?
Or the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video.
I mean, we just
Yes.
heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's going on?
Well, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019,
Okay. I'm in the
When you're not living with them.
vicinity.
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking me.
physical violence
I mean,
during this time.
he could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if, has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So hang on just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday,
I put it on
That's
1.25.
correct,
and
yes,
you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux, so it seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together
Um,
to go to Maryland.
yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words, no.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug,
Objection here. Sit down.
so you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him.
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, you know, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, you know, together, and I told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you say that in Dr. Broder's office? In front of Doug?
No, not in front of him.
So when you're with a safe person, a psychologist, you're not telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
You're saying that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times, yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So the plan was to load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction, so you knew on the day of that hearing, he was going to know, right?
I'm sorry.
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
QB.
We had the conversation many times. I think he understood where I was at.
Okay. You saw the text messages between you and him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that those text messages do not indicate that?
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't
Crack
say
me
we're not
up.
going to reconcile.
I mean, not specifically, no, I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that
Amazon,
day, September 30th,
Zenny.
how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
What was your plan
Not Zenny.
if that
What is
injunction
it?
was
Hold on.
Speculative.
granted?
Different question.
Objection. Speculative.
Zeelool.
You can approach.
Zeelool is where I got these online. Zeelool. And these came from Amazon. Yeah, Zeelool, they have some cute stuff. They have cute stuff. Cout. For when I don't want to wear my Stephen Baldwin glasses. Oh my God. Yeah, sure as. That's what I did. I send them my prescription. Yeah. I've had these forever, though. These do not have my bifocals. These are not my bifocals.
So if the injunction were granted on that day, what was your plan about moving to Maryland with them?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
There's something funny.
Take care.
Who's wheeling a big old cart?
Okay, so I want to get to the night that all this happened. So
I did pull out my, hold on. I pulled out my box, but it only had one pair of earrings in it. I don't know where my other, I think Jolie's been into my stuff. But these are some of the kind of big earrings I like to wear. These are like just the big brown leather ones. I've got some that are like animal prints like these. I got lots of big earrings. She's been in them. Someone's nose whistling, right? These are my bifocals, Shiraz. These are my bifocals. Yeah. But the glare, when I put these or my other ones on, the glare is pretty bad. The like reflection, the glare off of the stuff. But when I wear these, there's like no glare. So that's why I wear these on stream all the time. Because I can't stand that reflection. It gets on my nerves. You know.
you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck.
hmm
Right? And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate to your community.
hmm
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. But yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, at that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box.
We're never going to get through this stream because I can't quit pausing. I told you guys that I was not going to pause anymore. And then I told you I was going to lie. That was a lie because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to stop myself. First thing, one of the very first thoughts that I had when I heard about this case was, did grandma take the baby to the park because that was their plan for her and baby to not be there when this went down? Like, I'm not saying it did, but I'm just saying, could it have been? Just a question. Like, if she had intent, that's all I'm saying. Pause could be on Crime Cafe Bingo. That would be cute. That would be cute. I can't wait for the next bingo trial game, though.
Right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me, he hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave, he stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket. The laundry
Where was the
basket.
bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay. So it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper.
And something else that I keep thinking about is the on and off again crying here on the stand. It just makes me think about, like, being able to turn it on and off, you know? I know I keep going back and forth between, you know, up and down with this chick. But it seems easy for her to be able to go from full-fledged crying to not in the blink of an eye.
You had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
If you could just come down. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway, kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I hold the gun out in front of me and I said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting mode, literally turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands.
Hold on, I gotta put it back on normal speed so it's not like weird. You know what I mean? Hold on, I gotta rewind it back a little bit now. Okay, play.
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
If you could just come down. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway, kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I hold the gun out in front of me and I said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting mode, literally turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
He looks like a fighter. Like I don't know, like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay, so he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
I'm like that.
Well, show me, what was he doing?
Kind of like, I don't know, he got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
I'm going to turn my camera off because I don't. When they did this the other day, when they brought up the whole ninja moving, that made me laugh because I just got a visual, but it's not anything. I'm not trying to make fun of her. It's just a visual that I have in my brain. This is one of those like awkwardly laughing in the middle of a funeral situations for me. So I'm going to turn the camera off because it's awkward. Okay? Okay.
Was he coming at you like this?
And he lunged at me, he came really quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he
I
lunged?
don't remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back?
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Do they go over his head?
I don't know. It's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat. So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
It's going to take a minute. All right, here's the jury. Can you please close up your notes, put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we've talked about. The jury's out. You can have a seat.
Sorry.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to speed it up a little. Get through this 5 minutes. Steph said she's hiding her face. I want to see if there's actual tears. So, I mean, you can see her face there. You can see there's what I would call a little bit of moisture. When did they start putting up comments on their screen like that? Look at that. Law and Crime's getting bougie. Live chat highlights. That's cool. Look at that. She should have never taken the stand. I'm glad that she took the stand because otherwise, I'm sure that they would have brought out the information about Doug too anyway, but I'm glad that she took the stand. I feel like it was icky, Patricia, like you said about the prosecutor doing that. I think that's icky. Especially if she is a victim of DV, absolutely, that's gross. It feels icky. But it all to me felt very it just felt very oof. Okay. Someone just said, "What? Imagine this not being streamed. We'd never see this." Well,
All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Usual questions.
Did anybody discuss the case or anything about the case amongst yourselves with anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So after this incident, you said you had swelling,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions.
All right, man, you can retake your seat. Just leave that exhibit there. No, you're not, you can take your water, I meant the paper.
Okay.
There you go. Just, yeah, the clerk, thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
I believe it's Mara Sweet, Your Honor. We're just checking to make sure she's here.
Judge, I think we need to have a conversation.
Okay.
No, oh, they're doing a sidebar thing. Okay. Let's skip through there. Let's skip through there. I bet she's glad to be off that stand because she's been up there all day. Um, oh, I didn't highlight that comment. She said, Patricia, it's not smart. I think that was in reference to when Patricia said it feels icky having the prosecutor go after her this hard if she's a victim of DV. I know it's her job and it's not necessarily wrong, but it just feels wrong. Yeah. I think that's what Shiraz was talking about. Ouch. And like I said, that was icky. It was icky. Mm.
I'm sorry. So I'm going to let you step in the back so we can have our legal conversations. I'll get you back out as soon as I can. Don't begin your deliberations. You're free to use your phones, but don't communicate about the case with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on those things.
sure what that first picture was supposed to prove. But the second one was her mugshot, yeah.
Just before you start on that, can the clerk just confirm she got all those exhibits back? I just,
All right, you can all have a seat.
okay,
She
thank you.
counts them on a regular basis.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have any over here.
Okay, so we got a proponent, we've got an objection. Is the witness in here?
She's right outside.
Okay, good. I want to make sure she stepped out. Okay, so the defense has called a Miss Sweet, who apparently is a former prosecutor in the 12th Circuit.
Yes.
And she, if I understand correctly, she was assigned in the misdemeanor division, the domestic violence division, and the case, the alleged violation of domestic injunction regarding the T-set was assigned to her.
Correct.
And you expect her testimony to be that she intended to file the charge, she was waiting on some receipt,
Receipt is the package.
like a mailing receipt,
Yes.
that would have shown what, the return receipt?
That Stephanie Murphy gave to Detective Gillum.
And then you believe her testimony would be that she intended to file the charge, but then she was transferred out of that division.
She left the office.
Or left the office, okay. Because that's one of the temporary assignments that they give to misdemeanor folks. So she left the office, and that's it?
Well, and her training, based on domestic violence training, she believed Ashley to be a victim of domestic abuse, and that Ashley exhibited all the symptoms of domestic abuse. In particular,
It was a gorgeous picture either way. It was, she's stunning.
quiet as a result of
in that photo.
intimidation. And going, for example, the state's case is predicated on Miss Benefield going along with Douglas Benefield. For example, on the first parent sharing exchange, and the week leading up to the shooting, they put in those 263 text messages and the video at the restaurant, all showing Miss Benefield and Mr. Benefield's company as apparently happy and not afraid. And abused, those are the classic symptoms exhibited by abused women. They are afraid to reject the abuser for fear of reprisal. And what happens is, after a while, they reach a state of compliance where physical threats are no longer necessary because they know what the potential is. So they become compliant. That's also what Bruce Ferris is going to enlighten the jury on. And I remind the court that this is the state's theory. They have put into play, they injected it, they raised it, initiated it, that because Miss Benefield didn't look scared in the company of Douglas Benefield, and that she was exchanging these text messages with him for the week leading up to the shooting with smiling faces and basically compliant behavior, that shows that her claim to fear of Douglas Benefield on the 27th is a fraud. And we now need to explain to the jurors why an abused woman would act like that and would, for example, not agree to be present at the first parent sharing exchange. When a child is involved, it magnifies the situation so that the mom, if she's afraid of, in this case, Mr. Benefield, because of prior acts of domestic violence, she's even more afraid for her child. So the mother's going to make it a point to accompany the abuser in an effort to protect her child. That's what we are now obligated to show to properly defend this case. And we can do that through the training and expertise of Samara Sweet.
That's
as
right.
well
I
as
remember
Bruce
that now,
Ferris.
Shiraz. True, true, true. They
Judge,
did
first
that.
of all, this witness was not listed as an expert, because if she had been listed as an expert, I would challenge the qualifications to be an expert. Just for your honor's knowledge, we did not have a domestic violence unit at the time. I know our office has in the past. We did not have a domestic violence unit, so she was not in any domestic violence unit. Even if she were an expert, there is absolutely no way that she could testify that she felt that Ms. Benefield was exhibiting behaviors of an abused person. I think it's completely improper. And the issue of the decline of the injunction, or the fact that Ms. Sweet intended to file, is irrelevant. I can tell your honor, and for the court's knowledge, it's because when we got the receipt of when that package was sent, that receipt showed a date that was a problem for us. And that is why that case was declined. So the decision was made after Ms. Sweet left the office and we received the receipt. So the fact that she would be testifying, I believed her and I wanted to file it, is completely and totally irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Yeah, so the court may recall that Deputy Weber had issued a capias for the arrest of Douglas Benefield for the delivery of this package. Detective Gillum came into court and told us that he suspended Deputy Weber's request for a capias. And we have a communication from Deputy Gillum that we got by way of a public records request, where he acknowledges plain as day that it was a violation, that it was during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in effect. But he nonetheless refers it to the state attorney's office. This is the assistant state attorney that was working that case. She would testify, we'd like to put her up for a proffer, that she fully intended to file. She believed it was clearly a violation based on the fact that the court.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to proffer, let's get her in and proffer, because then all these arguments would happen after the proffer.
Okay.
I mean, but I haven't made a ruling, so I'm just, you can make your argument, I can make a preliminary ruling, and then you can proffer.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you didn't go outside. So, listen, how about I do this? The jury's out. It's about 3 o'clock. I'm thinking maybe give them a 20-minute, a longer afternoon break. When I do that in the afternoons, I will typically have a deputy escort them down to the jury assembly room where they can kind of spread out. The machines are there, the restrooms, but deputies are with them. Okay? All right, deputy, can you excuse them until about 3:20? We'll get them back up as soon as we can. Thank you.
Swear affirm the testimony.
It's a proffer.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Cool, man. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself, go ahead and sit down, make yourself comfortable in this seat. Pull yourself up so you're about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. There you
Her
go,
outfit
just
is
down,
super
left, right, however you
cute.
need it. Speaking of loud,
Love
clear voice,
her
you hear everything.
outfit.
As you can see, I'll tell you, you're a former prosecutor and attorney. Jury's not here. At this point, the defense is going to proffer your testimony.
Okay.
Afternoon, Ms. Sweet. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Samora Sweet, SWEET.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What's your title and where are you employed?
I am the trial lead of counsel at Lydecker, which is a civil litigation firm.
All right, and you're a Florida bar licensed attorney.
Yes, sir.
At one point, were you
Wait, what? How old is this chick? She looks like she's 17. Stop it. Right now. No. No, 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 no. 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 That's a no. I said no, ma'am. No. No, 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 no. Go back to your parents' house, put your pajamas on, sit down in the floor on Saturday mornings, and watch your cartoons with a bowl of Fruit Loops or Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles. No. She's too young. Or so help me. I can't. What in the world? I can't. Look at her. No.
a staff attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office?
Yes, I was.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
Was there from 2018 to 2022. It's about 4.5 years, I believe.
All right, and during that
Since I was
4.5 year
7
stint,
years old.
was there any special assignment that you held?
I began with the misdemeanor division here in Manatee County. After 6 months, I moved to Arcadia, so I was in DeSoto County, where I started in misdemeanors and moved up into felonies, where I would have dealt with anything from possessions of controlled substances all the way up to child sex crimes and murders.
Specifically, did you have any training in domestic violence?
We did. Every attorney at the state attorney's office does go through CLE's trainings on how to deal with domestic violence victims, because especially when you're working in the misdemeanor portion, a lot of your crimes are batteries and a lot of them are domestic violence victims.
Can you give us an idea of how many cases you handled involving domestic violence?
Oh, I think at one point my caseload was 700 when I was in Arcadia, and at least a third of those were probably something domestic violence related.
Did you deal with not only abusers, but the abused?
Yes, most of the cases I had as a prosecutor, my victims were abused individuals.
Were the majority of your victims in domestic violence cases females?
I would say a large amount were females, yes.
Were you assigned, while in your capacity as an assistant state attorney for the 12th Judicial Circuit, were you assigned to a matter involving Ashley Benefield?
I was, yes.
How did that come to pass?
So when I was in Manatee, I had the caseloads with all defendants that had the last names with B, D, or I. So Ashley Benefield's case came to me and she was the victim in the case that had been assigned to me for a violation of an injunction.
Do you recall specifically the nature of the violation?
It was a package that had been delivered to her allegedly from her ex-husband.
All right, and the domestic violence injunction that was violated, do you recall from where it had been issued?
It was from out of state. I believe it was South Carolina.
And did you meet with Miss Benefield?
I'm not even hearing the words that are coming out of her mouth. I'm still sitting here grappling with the thought that she's a friggin' lawyer. I'm still picking my jaw up off the floor.
I did.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
I'm just gonna go dig a hole for myself out in the yard.
There's elements to a violation of
and
injunction.
lay
that have
down
to be
in
met.
it.
We had not yet had all the information, so I did meet with Miss Benefield, got some more information, and then had to follow up on the investigation. I had to meet with her again after that.
Did there come a point in time when you made a filing decision?
I did not. I had left the office before a filing decision was made. I had been moved to Arcadia at that point.
I should have articulated that question better. Had you, as part of your investigation,
Right, Shiraz?
individually reached the conclusion as to whether or not you felt it justified going forward and charging?
Forget prom.
I
She's
think I was still waiting on some
barely into her
information to
training
prove
bra
if
right
the
now.
package had actually been sent by Mr. Benefield, and that was the last information that I had left to my predecessor before I left. But I did think
Right,
that
Kel.
information was within the
Exactly.
file.
And
Yes.
would it help refresh your record?
That, in a nutshell. What? I can't get past it. for you, girl. That's all I got to say. Wow. I'm blown away.
Collection, if I suggested that you were waiting on a copy of the receipt for the package?
Yes, I was waiting on to see who had sent that, and I know I had been in contact with the officers involved.
Do you recall whether or not you were dealing with?
It's after
Detective
5 o'clock.
Gill?
I need alcohol in this cup.
I'm very
Fill
bad
me
with
up.
names, so I do not
It
want to
says
say
fill me
yes,
up,
yes or
Lord.
no,
I
sir, if it
can't
was
put
Detective
alcohol in this
Gillum
cup.
or not. That does sound familiar, but I might have worked with him on other cases as well.
All right. How was Ashley Benefield when you first met her? Can you describe her demeanor?
Yeah, she was very upset. She seemed scared, worried. She had come to my office and she was crying when she was sitting in my office with me. I did think that she was worried about the package that had been received.
Now, was it your practice generally to always meet with the victims in the cases that you were prosecuting?
Yes, it's office policy.
Had you formed an opinion about the genuineness of the fear that Ms.
Anybody,
Benefield
somebody,
expressed?
anybody?
I did believe that she was in fear and worried about that.
And from the investigation that you conducted, did it vindicate, other than the actual label for the package, the factual representations that Ms. Benefield had made to you? Want me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that didn't come out too good. Did your investigation corroborate the facts that Ms. Benefield related to you?
It did, yes. There had been a package received. The package, I know she believed had some weird smell coming from it. And my recollection was that had been investigated, but the package had been delivered to her. I think she said it was close to her birthday around that date. I can't remember exactly. But it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right, and do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology. But she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser.
Wait a minute. Did she just say that she had somebody that she can't confirm or deny was a doctor tell her that Ashley had higher levels of something in her system? That she can't confirm or deny. I mean, she didn't say those words, but that's what I'm asking. Is that what she's saying? Is she can't confirm that it was a physician or a doctor that told her that? I'm confused. Rewinding it.
I did. I read that date. I can't remember exactly, but it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right, and do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology. But she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser. We have the abuser who has abused someone. By the time they're coming to us, a lot of time has passed. So we always want to explain to them that normally we see a cycle. You have an abuser, he does something wrong. Then it's, I'm sorry, I'm very, very nice. They come back, and then we end up again in this situation with more abuse.
Kind of like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
Did you form an opinion as to whether or not in your discussions with Ms. Benefield that she fit the profile of an abused woman?
I did. When we discussed, she did seem that she had been isolated at that time. She was very scared. The way she had spoken to me did give rise. She had mentioned some minor physical issues that had been occurring, but abuse doesn't always have to be physical. Sometimes it's psychological, mental, emotional. And she was in my office when she was sitting. She did seem to be presenting like that.
Is it a pattern and practice of abusers to employ psychological intimidation?
I mean, normally, a lot of the times in the report that I would have, we would have something of threats or some sort of information leading up, text messages, Facebook messages, things of that sort.
And let me ask you this. Are these abused women, despite their fear, often in the company of the abuser?
A lot of times I've seen them return back to their abusers, yes.
And have you experienced abused women when in the company of the abuser acting as if everything is fine?
I wouldn't be able to say I've seen them with their abusers, but a lot of times if we were in court trying to present, I would see them come in to defend the defendant that we had or to withdraw claims and that kind of thing.
I guess the point of my questioning is merely because the woman appears content, is that an indication that she's happy in the company of the abuser?
No.
Why is that?
I mean, I have more facts by the time I've seen the investigations, I've seen interviews, things of that sort in our caseload. They might be presenting, telling the judge something, but clearly we've seen, photos of abuse. They've sat and given us recollections of abuse, that kind of thing.
You left the office before you were able to actually conclude and file a charging document.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, do you know what the disposition was?
I believe it was decided to not move forward, so it was dismissed.
That's all, Your Honor.
Promise.
When you were in the misdemeanor division in Manatee, I think you said 6 months.
Yes.
So what was the time frame then?
I know I had started, I want to say April of 2018. So it would have been 6 months from there because I think I got out to Arcadia around October, November-ish.
Okay. And was the misdemeanor job in Manatee your first job out of law school?
No.
No. Okay. Did you work, where did you work before that?
Before I worked with Eric Reisinger, I actually did criminal defense.
Okay. All right. So when you talked about the domestic violence training, were you referring to the domestic violence training at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the normal domestic violence that everyone is sent to, the class?
Yes.
And how long is that class?
I think it's 4 days.
Okay. And is there any other domestic training?
I know the office does some pretty good domestic training. They'll do PowerPoints, luncheons, things of that sort. I think there's some, I don't know if they still do it because now I'm aging myself, some field trips to like the TILA and some of those organizations that work with abuse.
Did she really just say aging herself? I will poke her pretty eyes out. Not literally. I'm just saying. Really? Aging yourself, ma'am? I'm so jealous of you. Ay, ay, ay.
Abused women.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
No, I think that's all.
All right, man, could you step back up to the
Right,
office?
Patricia? And look how cute her outfit is when she comes back down in front of the camera. Super cute outfit. Like, this girl has everything, right? I want to be her when I grow up. God. I'm sure I'm old enough to be this girl's mama. She needs to go lay down somewhere with her cute self. Here comes the hot stepper.
All right. She's out.
Right.
You can start
Youngest
with your-
Sanderson sister.
There you go. She's waiting in the ante room. Now we got her in the hallway. Proponent of the evidence, argument.
Yes.
Sarah
So,
Jessica Parker.
Your Honor may remember that Detective Gillum made the allegations 2.5 years later, despite the fact that there was no earlier report documenting what he alleged 2.5 years later in any of his 2 or 3 prior supplements, that Ms. Benefield acted completely inappropriately, that he did not believe that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction was in effect because even though the hearing was on November 3rd, the judge hadn't signed the order until the end of the month. And there
Oh, that's the cutest. Oh my God. Miss King says my daughter is just as great as her. Look at that. Oh, Miss King, you're the best. Patricia, hug your mommy for me. Give her a kiss and tell her I love her. And I mean that. I mean that, really. I mean that. Like, for real, for real. Love it.
therefore he countermanded Deputy Weber's request for a habeas.
Go grab you a
This
tea,
witness
Shiraz.
impeaches the statement by Detective Gillum because she was the assistant
I
assigned to the
believe
case
that.
at the time, and she had made a decision that in fact she was going to file,
Yep.
but for the fact that she left the office beforehand.
We
She
agree. We
conducted
love
the
Patricia.
investigation, completed it. All she was waiting on was the
And Miss
label
King.
of the package, which interestingly enough, the court may recall, Detective Gillum recovered from Stephanie Murphy. But it apparently didn't make its way to Samara's suite until after she left the office.
All right. And the objecting party?
Judge, I would object. I don't think she can testify as to anything. She just testified to, I think most of it is opinion, and she is not an expert. And even if she was an expert, she wasn't listed as an expert, so she cannot give opinions. And any opinion about whether someone, as a prosecutor, whether someone violated the law or not is inappropriate testimony for court. A lot goes into filing decisions. The prosecutor has discretion the same way police officers have discretion. To add any significance to that, I think would be completely improper. And so I would object to anything to do with her decision-making with the state attorney's office. And also, as I said, I think there was some information that was gained after she left that played into that decision. But additionally, I think she would not qualify as an expert of domestic violence, and I think even if she could, a lot of those things would be inadmissible anyway, but she would say.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have any final thoughts you want to put on the record? Any final thoughts? Rebuttal?
That's good.
All right, thank you. So one of the very interesting things about this case as we have gone along is there's been some very interesting, and I think I said the other day, unique legal arguments that have been made. Certainly, I would like to think it's in honor of the Olympics starting tonight that you guys have put me through my mental gymnastics for the last couple of months.
Speaking of, I was just scrolling along on Twitter, and there is some hubbub and chitter chatter about the opening ceremonies of the 2024 Olympics in Paris. Has anybody seen that? The opening ceremonies look a little kooky. A little kooky. Like, halftime Super Bowl times a million. Just go have a look. Kooky, kooky, kooky. Tell me your thoughts if you already seen some of the opening ceremony. I can't believe the Olympics are already going on. Oh my God, that's exciting. Ooh.
You know, another judge that's here in Manatee County, I hear him say this a lot, and I think it rings true. There are some very difficult decisions that we make as judges, emotionally difficult, legally difficult, factually difficult. This is not one of them. This is a very, very clear and easy decision. I'm going to put the part about Ms. Sweet offering any sorts of opinion as an expert kind of to the side because I resolved this matter well before I consider that she wasn't listed as an expert and the Richardson aspects of that. And what I want to focus on is the purpose of allowing these other incidents of violence or threats is, as we all know, it's one of the carve-outs of obviously case law provides an exception in stand your ground and self-defense cases for battered spouse syndrome. Normally, any peculiarities for a particular defendant, PTSD, low IQ, mental health, are the ones that come to mind quickly, are not relevant and not admissible
in a self-defense case because it's a reasonable person standard. So battered spouse syndrome is the carve-out, and the idea by once the defendant has laid the predicate of the overt act, allowing either reputation, and if it's reputation in a relevant community, we've all agreed, well, should agree, the case law says that the defendant doesn't have to know about that. It's just reputation evidence. On the flip side, whenever you want to get into specific acts of violence, threats, intimidation, and I know our net that we've casted here is beyond just prior acts of violence. There's also been issues of threats and intimidation. It's come in, it's in. The case law talks specifically about why that evidence is allowed and why all of that is not hearsay, because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show the jury what did the defendant know at the time that the self-defense was used. And unlike the mental ailments I mentioned earlier or other peculiarities of the particular defendant, this is just to show why the defendant would have stayed, and even if there wasn't an imminent violence at the moment, why that person would feel terrified, and all the other battered spouse. I won't go into the whole thing. So the issue is not, did this assistant state attorney believe the defendant? Did this police officer take a report and submit a capias, or not issue a capias and send it to the state as a non-arrest? Did this ASA file it or not file it? Did this ASA believe that the defendant was the victim of domestic violence or not? All of those things are completely irrelevant, not to mention prohibited from the witness commenting on ultimate facts or invading the province of the jury. The issue is not the truth or falsity of the violation of injunction or the shooting into the ceiling or any of those issues. That's not the issue. The issue is, was the defendant aware of these prior acts? Example being that the evidence came in regarding domestic violence by Mr. Benefield against his first wife. The way the defendant learned about that was some sort of text message by or between Mr. Benefield and the former Mrs. Benefield. Clearly hearsay. But why does it come in? Because she was aware of it, and it shows some violent tendencies, so she can testify about it, she can talk about it, the jury hears about it to help understand what she knew, and this is in the jury instructions as the attorneys know, what she knew at the moment that this incident was happening. So Ms. Sweet's testimony about whether she believed the defendant or not, whether she was going to file or not, the conversation, whether she thought that the defendant was genuine and legitimately a victim, the testimony that she had some report and she called someone and there were some sort of abnormalities, unspecified abnormalities in some lab test, that she, characteristics of domestic violence victims and so forth, is just of no moment. So it's irrelevant. It's commenting on the testimony of and the credibility and veracity of other witnesses. It's commenting on ultimate facts. If you want to talk about the expert portion of it, as the defense said, this is all the same things that Ferris is going to testify to. So in essence, I haven't heard his testimony, but what I understood was everything, I believe it was something along the lines of what she's going to testify to is the same as what Mr. Ferris is, and I only say Mr. because I don't know his professional designation. So Mr. Ferris is going to testify to. Finally, on the issue of 403, Ms. Sweet's testimony, the probative value of that is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues and misleading of the jury, because it does not matter whether that particular person believes it was a violation of injunction or not. The point is, the testimony is out. It's been demonstrated that the defendant knew about that. She's alleged it was a violation of injunction. There's a dispute. That'll be a factual issue for the jury to determine. But she's alleged it was a violation, which she took as intimidating. And the smell that caused her headache was some sort of physical ailment that would have been caused by the present that was provided. I understand that's her position. State might have a different argument on all that. But this is not even a difficult question.
What did you choke on,
Is not
Morgana?
admissible as a witness. I am glad you proffered, though, because now it's all on there. But no, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what I heard today. Do you have another witness we can call?
Yes.
All right.
Ferris.
We have an objection to him as well, Judge. We filed something.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferris is the expert,
Yes.
and the state wanted to have a,
Judge, I'm sorry, we do have a lay witness that we want to get on, Amy Carlton, she's going to be quick. We need to get her back to work.
oh, hold on, Amy Carlton. And then, I assume, I know that's bad, that Mr. Ferris, tell me, does he have a professional designation? Is he a doctor or?
He's a licensed mental health counselor.
So he's Mr. Ferris.
Former deputy sheriff. His practice and his law enforcement experience has been combined exclusively to domestic violence. He teaches batteries.
I just want to know if he was had he a professional designation that I should use. All right, so Mr. Ferris, looking at the time, I would think that after we finish with Ms. Carlton, the Daubert hearing is very likely going to take us to the end of the day. So I expect that we would probably start with Mr. Ferris on Monday. Mr. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, actually, we have some case law that I was hoping would obviate the necessity for a Daubert hearing.
All right, well, do you want to handle Ms. Carlton first?
Please.
All right.
Ms. McDonald just needed to go to the ladies' room, so.
Oh, all right.
If you want to bring her back in, that's fine. If you
So
want,
yeah, we can start working them back up.
yeah.
I think that would be good. So let me give you guys 5 minutes. If you need to step out, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benefield, if you need to step out and use the facilities, that'll be fine as well. We're going to start working on getting the jury up. It usually takes about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Judge.
That's funny, Morgana. Hold on, who's... Are they talking or praying or... Mm. Judge is really professional. Time for a micro nap. These comments are cool. The defense is a little unorganized. I give them that. That person that for sure. Okay, I'm skipping through. Coming back in. Everybody's coming back in.
Better than that.
You can. I think I know exactly which one you're bring me though.
Did you go get you some potato cakes, Morgana?
All right, y'all can have a seat. I see the jackets and the sweaters have gone on. Yeah, you would think in the afternoon it would get warmer, but I told you, even with the southern exposure, somehow it just gets cooler and cooler and cooler. So, all right, while you were out, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, talk about anything about the case, talk about anybody outside of the jury about the case, or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right.
Don't complain about the cool weather, the cool air there. Just think about in Massachusetts where they had Karen Reeds. Bev was constantly threatening to turn the AC off because she couldn't hear the witnesses.
Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
Amy Carl.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yum.
Hello, ma'am.
Jersey Mike's.
My
Yum,
name is
yum.
Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right if you need it. And just speak in a loud, clear voice and we'll hear everything. Can I just move you just a little bit forward?
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Would you tell us
Good
your full name and state your last name, please? Spell your last name.
Spell my last name? Carlton.
And your first name?
Okay.
Tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
What is your first name?
Amy with a Y.
Okay, Amy, or Ms. Carlton. Are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed, yes.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Where, for who?
I'm at one of the hotels in the area.
Okay, and what capacity do you serve in at the hotel?
I'm one of the managers.
How long you been doing that?
What was that?
How long you been doing that?
I've been with the ownership for 4 years now, going on 5.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Herbert.
Ms. Carlton, were you and your husband Herbert living in Bradenton, Manatee County on September 30th, 2020?
Yes.
September 27th, 2020.
Yes, we were.
Do you recall that afternoon if you were outside with your husband?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall the address you lived at back then?
It was on Newport News Street or Drive. We've been renting, so to be honest with you, I don't recall the exact street, the number of the street, but it was Newport News.
Do you recall, Ms. Carlton, whether or not, what was the reason why you and your husband were out that afternoon?
I have a mini golden doodle, and we were taking a walk.
Did anything unusual occur while you were out with your husband and the dog?
Reason I'm here, you know it. I mean,
Would you share it with us? What happened?
we were taking a walk, and Newport News is a couple streets over from the incident area. And it was probably 3 houses down where we were. And at the time, my dog was probably just over 1. So I don't know. I'm a big dog lover, and she's my life outside of work with my husband. He and I both heard what I don't know. I didn't know what it to be, and he kind of grabbed my arm, and I kind of got startled because it did sound like gunshots. I don't know, at the time we didn't know what it was, and but we heard one right after the other. And me, because of where I work, I'm trained like the attack or panic mode. I am thinking of myself. Sorry to be selfish, and my dog and my husband. And he's looking ahead too. And I just remember being a little bit terrified myself and thinking of myself, my family. And so I remember looking up and telling him, well, let's go, let's turn around, let's go back behind the house, because at the time we weren't sure what it was. And also being trained, you don't know what is to come next. First of all, you don't know what it is. So as I'm telling my husband, I told him, call 911. As I'm telling him that, I'm sorry, I'm backing back behind the house because you don't know what's coming next.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions if I can.
Yes,
You say you heard some gunshots.
it sounded like gunshots.
All right. Now, after you heard the gunshots, did you observe anybody exit a house?
Quickly, as we were trying to make sure of our safety, we saw someone leave the house, a lady leave the house. It was, I mean, I don't know exactly, like timing wise, because it's like I said, my mind was going through a lot of things.
Let me just keep you on the questions, okay? I'll help you. I'll lead you through it. You hear the gunshots. The next thing you see is what?
A lady came from the house, and
Describe.
I remember screaming, and that's just the vivid recollection and memory that I have, just the screaming. And I came from the house running to the neighbor's house. I don't remember too much other than the screaming and pounding on the neighbor's front door.
Is it a safe bet for us to say that this lady that you saw exit the house screaming was hysterical?
Yes, yes.
I want you to tell us, Miss Carlton, after the gunshots, approximately how long it took for that woman to come running out of the house.
So I'm not sure I recall. It was within seconds though. It was, I don't know, it just, I mean, I didn't even have time, like I said, to pursue any hiding places. It was so quickly.
Do you remember speaking to the police about the incident?
We had an interview, yeah, it was
Yeah.
probably
You
30
remember?
seconds, a minute, I don't know, 30 seconds.
Okay. So you hear the shots, and within 30 seconds, a screaming, hysterical woman comes running out of the house and goes to the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Did you hear banging on the door at the neighbor's house?
I don't recall if I remember stating that or not, but I remember the hysteria of the screaming.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carlton.
Ma'am, you've been released from your subpoena, so you're free to go. Thank you.
She's like,
go
thank
ahead,
you,
approach.
Jesus. Let me get out of here. Poor woman. Fast, fast, fast. Forward, forward, forward. Speed it up a little. Speed it up a little.
To talk about, there's the jury. So the attorneys and I need to talk about what's going to happen next week. We got to do some legal matters that are outside the province of the jury. So at this point, I'm going to let you go for the weekend. It's about 10 till 4, so you're free to go at this point. Remember the rules for the weekend. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anybody else outside of the jury. And certainly don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. And that includes being very mindful of watching out for any media that may be on anywhere you go and wherever you might be to avoid all of that. Okay? Listen, do you still have your parking passes?
Yes.
Everybody's got that. If you've lost your sticker, is there somebody downstairs in the jury room? Okay. Oh, you've got a bunch of them?
Yeah. He got us a bunch.
It's like pads and everything. We got them everywhere. Okay, great. So make sure you keep that parking pass. If something happens and you lose it, you're gonna have to come in Monday, see the jury coordinator to get another one, and then go park, because they will give you a ticket or tow you, one or the other. All right. So thank you very much. It's been a great week. Yes, ma'am.
What time do you want us here Monday?
I always forget that part. We're gonna start at 9 o'clock on Monday. So if you could be downstairs, 8:30, 8:45 is just fine. Listen, I will say this though. Remember on this past Monday how there was a whole bunch of people? That's how it's going to be this coming Monday, because we're going to be picking another round. Other judges are going to be picking other rounds of juries. So you don't have to necessarily stick together, but you're probably going to want to be off a little bit. Unless you want to tell the other folks there how great jury duty is. That way we'll try and get out of it. All right. Great question. Sorry I forgot about that. Thank you very much. You are free to go for the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. I will tell you, I don't think I need to hear a whole lot more about Mr. Ferris. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm ready for the hearing. I will say this, it is a hearing, so if you want to make an opening, don't feel like you can't. You're absolutely free to make an opening if you want, Mr. Taylor. So please don't let me dissuade you. If you want to make an opening, make an opening.
Not necessarily.
State?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
I think we can talk about it.
Okay.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. We're going to have a Daubert hearing. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
So just put yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Okay.
And we'll get started with the hearing.
All right.
So is this guy an expert on the toxins and poison stuff? Is that what he's doing?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your full name, please, and spell your last name.
Bruce Eric Ferris. The last name's Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor.
Oh,
I
okay.
do individual therapy, and also I do consulting on domestic violence and expert
Okay, never mind. Not the toxic, not that stuff.
witness testimony.
Let's discuss your education. Would you inform us, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering. I also graduated the local police academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
Do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
I do. If you look at my curriculum vitae, I think there's over 100 items listed where either classes or seminars or teachings and certificate training that I've attended.
And included in that, would domestic violence be a major part of it?
That was the definitely predominant theme of whether it be a specific class or a conference, et cetera, on domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And if you'd like, I can explain the difference.
Please.
Domestic violence has to do with what we might think of people have a child in common or family members.
So him and the defense lawyer both speak very clearly and slowly. I've got it right now at 1.75 because we are still like 2 hours behind. So is 1.75 too fast or is it good?
Doesn't necessarily mean an intimate relationship. It could be two relatives living in the house together. Intimate partner means there's an intimate relationship, a spouse, a boyfriend, girlfriend. So there's a little difference there.
I'm trying to make sure you're
okay.
Voice in the microphone because it tails
Sure.
off.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, have you taught any courses or presentations in a specialized field?
Okay, thanks, Sherry.
Please enlighten us.
If you look at my CV,
Okay,
I've
good
given,
deal,
I think,
Shiraz.
over 40-some presentations and teachings. For 8 years, I taught a batter's intervention program class to offenders, uniquely that. And for anyone that doesn't know, batter's intervention program is for offenders. It's usually court-ordered, part of probation or part of a sentence or part of an injunction or restraining order. It's a 6-month psychoeducational class. I've been training for that and teach that. I also I used to teach Gardner Lightham volunteers about domestic violence and effects on children. I've taught the 8th Circuit staff at the state attorney's office about domestic violence and impact to women and children and batter's intervention, how to interview people. From 2008 to 2020, I taught at the University of Florida Law Clinic on intimate partner violence to law students about the same type of subject, domestic violence and intimate partner violence and effects, and also enforcement of the law. I also trained police officers about domestic violence enforcement. Currently, since 2009, I've been teaching officers how to de-escalate confrontations as part of the crisis intervention training team. I teach the de-escalation part of that. There's a lot more I could talk about, but that's the nature, and you can see in my CV.
All right, let's talk about your work experience.
Okay, so I have an affiliation with Village Counseling Center, doing therapy, DCF cases, and domestic violence-related cases. I used to also work with Creative Counseling in Gainesville, doing teaching batter's intervention program classes and doing individual therapy. I also have my own practice now, and I do individual counseling. Recently, I just looked up, since 2014, I've treated almost 1,000 individual clients or patients as an individual therapist. Work experience we're still talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, of course, I mentioned the doing consulting for attorneys on domestic violence and being an expert witness. Are we you want to know my current work or my past work?
Well, let's stay in the past. How about any experience with the Gainesville, Florida Police Department?
Yes. I went through the police academy in 1993. I was sworn in 1994. I retired from there in 2013. The last 10 years of my career there, I was the lead detective in the domestic violence unit, part of the investigations bureau, uniquely just looking at the domestic violence cases, enforcing the law, training officers, doing some public outreach, and being under task forces.
Can you give us an idea over the course of that time, approximately how many cases you would have handled?
Yeah, I was a lead detective on close to at least 500 cases I looked up.
Right, Sherry.
Resulting in an arrest or charges being filed.
And what kind of professional credentials do you hold?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. I have certification to teach batter's intervention program classes through the state. I also received certificates to do threat assessments, domestic violence threat assessments through Jackie Campbell at Johns Hopkins University. Also trained in doing counseling and work with adoptions through Rutgers University.
Have you been the recipient of various awards and recognitions?
Yes, I have. I was chosen by the Alachua Board of Commissioners to be recommended to Governor DeSantis to be on the Alachua County Child fund, tax fund, I guess they call it trust fund, excuse me. I've also received various awards for my domestic violence work through the local shelter. I received a statewide award from Attorney General Bam Bondi and Governor Scott at the time for my work. In 2010, I was awarded and recognized for my work with victims of crimes in the state. There's several other ones. Without looking at my CV, I don't recall them all.
Sure.
I received some recognition of contributions for the work I did with that CIT team. The University of Florida also gave me recognition for training that I'd done with their officers. I was Big Brother of the Year, and for my work with my little brother for about 10 years, I worked with a little kid as my friend. And I was also the Law Enforcement Officer of the Year, as granted by the Domestic Violence Abuse Network in Gainesville.
Are you a member, Mr. Ferris, of any specialty boards, committees, or professional organizations?
Sure. Again, relying a little bit on my CV because of the nature of the question.
That's fine.
So in 2022 to 2024, I was a member of the Rape Crisis Center Advisory Council. I was a member of the American Mental Health Counselors Association, a retired member of the Fraternal Order of Police. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit Florida Family Law Advisory Group, member of the Gainesville Domestic Violence Task Force. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit of Florida Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team. I was a board member of the Gainesville Commission on the Status of Women, a member of the Letcher County High Risk Domestic Violence Team. I got some recognition for my work as a volunteer with the University of Florida College of Medicine. I was doing mobile outreach part-time as a volunteer. I was a member of the University of Florida Male Leadership Committee, again, dealing with domestic violence. I was also on the planning committee for the Sexual Battery Conference in Gainesville for many years. I was a member of the Gainesville Mental Health Consortium, the United Way Community-wide Strategic Planning Safety Committee. I was part of the working group for leader for domestic violence coordinated community response for local law enforcement and best practices procedure. And I was a member of the statewide domestic violence needs assessment group organized by the Office of State Courts Administrator, Office of Court Improvements.
Have you been recognized as an expert by courts in the state of Florida? An expert in domestic violence?
Yes. Just as a footnote, I've been recognized as an expert in domestic violence in Batterers Intervention Program class, effects of domestic violence on children, and generalized mental health work. I've been involved with about 60 cases, consulting or testifying. Not all of those did I testify. I did testify in over 50 of those cases.
Both civil and criminal?
Yes, both civil and criminal. Majority were in civil. The types of working both for the defense and the prosecutor of the state attorney's office, but the majority were civil.
All right. Would you be kind enough to educate us a little bit? What is domestic violence?
Okay. Domestic violence, excuse me. Domestic violence, according to Florida state criminal law, is acts of like battery and assault, ag battery, ag assault, false imprisonment, sexual battery, all these different person crimes from one family or household member to another family or household member. So now the definition is what's a family or household member, and that's people that are married, living together, maybe had a child together, but have never lived together. People living together as a family in a house. It doesn't include, let's say, cousins that never lived together. So it's unique in that way.
And is there another definition of domestic violence?
Yes, and in my practice and my training, this is a accepted concept that domestic violence is actually a pattern of power and control. And the key word here is pattern. That's repetitive. And the criminal definitions, the physical things, those are used by perpetrators or abusers to control their victims. But along with that also is used control tactics. We often think about emotional abuse or those sorts of things, and they're defined in the Duluth Power and Control Wheel.
Would you explain to us what the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is?
Right, Margaret?
So the Duluth Power and Control Wheel was developed up in Duluth, Minnesota by a group of researchers who deal with domestic violence. And what they did is they looked specifically at domestic violence cases that have been criminal cases, that victims who came through shelters, DV shelters, and they were looking for what were the tendencies or the tactics used by abusers against their victims. And they developed this power and control wheel. It's used around the country. It's the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is the basis for the Batterers Intervention Program class I mentioned. DCF, Department of Children and Families, has accepted that as a reality, a fact, and that was the criteria or the curriculum for the BIP class used statewide and actually used around the country and internationally. So there's these 8 inner items, and on the outside of the depiction, I don't know if...
All right, yeah, let's see if, Judge, with the court's permission, we put the screen down.
Yeah, probably a little bit. So you can see. That's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Judge, may I ask you a question? Can I stand over here? Sure. Rather than to approve you.
Reposition as you need. It's just us.
Thank you. Just a little easier to see this way.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you know what though? The only thing is you can't be so far that the court reporter can't hear you, and she's listening to these microphones.
Okay.
So why don't you turn that?
Okay.
And then if you just position so you're facing there.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
Can you hear me now? So change that.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, so you can see that.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
thank
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for reminding me. So this is the Duluth, as I said, Duluth Domestic Abuse Intervention Project. And this was established some, I don't know, maybe 30 some years ago, 30, 40 years ago. And this is a standard used around the country and used for the Batter's Intervention Program class and a lot of counseling I do. And this is part of the counseling along with cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the therapies I've been trained in graduate school and my work. So on the outside here of domestic violence is physical violence and sexual violence. And that's covered in the state statutes, the criminal law statutes. Then there's these 8 items that are part of the power and control. And remember I said it's a pattern of power and control. So that means it's repetitive, a way to get your, it's a way for the abuser to get their victim to comply, to get into a compliance mode. I'll talk about that in a moment. So the first item is using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons. Those are I run into this all the time in terms of using intimidation. Using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy. It's very common. Playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty. Using isolation, controlling what she does, where she goes, who she sees, oftentimes spying on their victims, checking their phones, tracking them, etc. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. I find this in almost all the cases I work. They make light of the abuse. It didn't happen. They shift response. It didn't happen. It wasn't that bad. It was your fault. So minimizing, denying, blaming. Using children, sometimes put their victim, the mom, in fear of what he'll do to the child or that he'll report her, etc., that she might lose the child. Male privilege. This has to do with the role that he makes the decisions in the family or in the relationship and gives her a specific role. Economic abuse. And this would maybe be preventing her from having a job or money, or she should have an allowance, etc. And then the last item is using coercion and threats, making, or I'm just having problems reading the fuzz here a little bit, making and carrying out threats against her, threatening her, using coercion and threats. So I'm going to sit here, that can stay up, and I'm going to make a few comments about it. So the main issue here that, as we understand the power and control wheel, is these are techniques that the abuser uses to control their victim. And like we say, it's a pattern, so that means it's repetitive. And so what's the purpose of that? It's to get them to comply. And so the victim ends up trying to avoid the perceived danger that they'll experience if the abuser perceives that they're opposing them. That's particularly true for mothers that are, not only are they trying to protect themselves, but they're protecting their children. And I found that there's victims of domestic violence tend to get into what I call equilibrium sort of stasis experience. In other words, they avoid the perceived threat, so they the proverbial, the old phrase of walking on eggshells. So they end up being in this compliance, kind of like they don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. So they find this narrow way of coping by going along with the perpetrator and don't want to make him angry at them, because that's when the violence occurs, or the threats, or the emotional, the hardship. And that's exactly what the perpetrator, the abuser, wants to happen. He wants to keep her in line, so usually to manipulate, to get her to do what he wants to do, that they feel a sense of ownership. And they use these techniques to control. They also, the victim wants to appear to be going along. They don't want to anger him. They'll actively hide that abuse from family and society, because if it gets out, he's going to be mad. I could speak certainly a lot more about that.
Are there, Mr. Ferris, common characteristics that abusers share?
Yes, and they could be anyone from any socioeconomic group. I've been involved as a therapist and as a detective enforcing the law with all types of society and sexual orientation, from wealthy, well-known NASA scientists, doctors, as a perpetrator, to the homeless person, and everyone in between. And in Gainesville, where I worked, we have a great population from all around the world there, and I didn't find a difference other than sometimes attitude, but every socioeconomic group, it's very, and also they tend to be males, but females also. Just yesterday, I took on a new client, spoke to him. His wife's in jail. He has 4 children with her, and he's a victim. So, he's a victim. So there's female abusers and male abusers. Males are predominant. I know when I was working, I ran some statistics on cases, and I found it was about over 2/3 of my cases were males, and less than 1/3 were females. And some of those, and that kind of reflected also when people would, kind of want to debate that issue about men or women. One thing that always struck me is when you look at fatalities, the statistics are about the same. There's usually the murderers are mostly men by about 2/3 over the women. So the actual victimization cases and then the actual fatality cases, kind of the statistics I found ran together.
And what do they have in common?
Usually that they want to control their partners. There's kind of an ownership attitude. They use the power and control techniques I described to do that. I also find that they're in common, they're missing true empathy. I've kind of nicknamed it to myself as they're missing an empathy gene. And empathy has to do with the ability to feel someone else's feelings. And I find many of the perpetrators that I've counseled and also worked with in the BIP class, and certainly in my police career, they tend to be very selfish, a lot of narcissistic sort of ideas. I kind of image it as many of them, not 100%, but a majority. It's kind of like their point of view is, I'm here and everyone and everything around me relates to me. I'm the center of the universe. As opposed to a healthy relationship, there's an equality. I'm being thoughtful and considerate of my wife as she is for me, and there's some balance. They don't necessarily adhere to that. They disguise how they treat their victims. Usually they don't want to let other people know about that, much like the isolation element. They want to keep it. And there's reasons for that. And some of it has to do, they don't want to go to jail if it gets out. And then they don't want, I found this a lot, that perpetrators don't want their victims to get the idea that they're not a good deal, that there's something they're doing that's wrong, so they isolate them from society as such. And they'll put on a real front. Numerous cases like this, how they disguise how they treat their victims. There can be, the victims, the perpetrators, can oftentimes be very appealing, and they're very good at convincing people of things. I found a certain finesse amongst those thousands of BIP clients I had, that there's some very good talkers. I'll just leave it like that. But emotional and physical abuse is certainly what we think of. I've certainly worked a lot of cases where there was, broken bones and bruises, et cetera, and emotional abuse and isolation and coercion threats, et cetera. But many of the cases I see, there isn't acute violence. It's emotional abuse. It's these techniques. The question is, can the abuser convince the victim that and put them in fear so they adhere to what they say? If they can create the fear, like this one lady told me, she was in fear of him so much, they would be in a public place and they're separated and they're across the room. And if he saw her talking to a male, he looked at her and she knew right away, end the conversation, move on. There's a fear, and there was no violence in that relationship, but she was scared of him. Also, as we know, as Judge knows, and Mr. Taylor, the ASA knows, battery in the state of Florida, there's assault and there's battery. Battery is the unwanted touching, that's the hitting, the punching, etc. But assault is also a crime. That's being in proximity to someone, showing a threat. I'm bowing up, I'm having my fists up, and the victim has a perception that the violence is going to occur. That's a crime. Though there's no marks, there's no scar, there's no hitting, but there's fear. And so sometimes there's assaults that are taking place that aren't reported. And if on top of that, if they can create that fear to go along, that's a common technique that I see happening. It's all about keeping control, their victim. And one real common thing that I've seen is obsessive jealousy. And when I worked with batterers, I was surprised, and I came to learn very quickly that they oftentimes equate jealousy with love. And we all know jealousy can be very detrimental to the object of the jealousy, and also to the person having the jealousy, being obsessed and worried, etc. Love, we all know, is something else, completely different, very kind, considerate, and very empathetic, very different, but they didn't understand that dynamic.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ferris, do they exhibit, with respect to these characteristics in common, what is their behavior relative to animals, pets in particular? Domestic pets.
Yeah, I understand.
Pets.
So cats, dogs, etc. So there's above average abuse of pets by domestic violence abusers. So I have two explanations for that. One is what I talked about, their missing empathy, that they don't feel for a dog or a cat like I might feel. I'm very empathetic. I am in love with Rosie, my poodle. So is my wife. So that means a lot to me. But to an abuser who doesn't have empathy, it's not a big deal for them. They see it as an object. That's one thing. The more important item, especially in terms of power and control, has to do with that. To get back to the controlling of their victim. If that victim is attached to that pet and I abuse that pet, now I'm putting you in fear for what I'm doing because I'm hurting your animal. So I'll attack that pet as a way to control you. You better not, oppose me again, or you better not leave, or you better not go out with your girlfriends when I say you shouldn't, or I'm going to hurt your pet. I'm going to kill your pet even. So it becomes part of the continuum of power and control. And the sad part is I've also found that many perpetrators have that same mentality they use against the females, children, in the sense that the women are highly protective of the children. And so he's using the child as a way to gain control over the female.
And what about the abused, Mr. Ferris? Do they have common characteristics as well?
Yes, the majority are female, though, like I say, I treat male victims of domestic violence also. I'm still kind of surprised at times when I meet a new victim for the first time. And remember, for 13 years, I've been getting clients from our local DV shelter as a consultant and a therapist working. So I get kind of a constant feed of them. And then I also have my other sources and attorneys, and just my people know who I am, so they come to me if they're victims. But I'm always amazed at how many don't truly know what domestic violence is. And even I've had I've had clients who don't think they're a victim of domestic violence. They'll know there's a marriage problem, but they haven't been, I'm refraining from being too graphic because I've seen it all in terms of broken bones and types of violence in families. So they haven't been violently attacked and hit with a 2x4 or something. But I go over the power and control wheel, and they say, holy cow, this is my life. This is what's been going on with me. I remember one crime scene I was at, and the woman had been a victim of domestic violence, and she wouldn't talk to us. And I had a moment to speak to her, and I showed her the power control wheel and had a moment. There's a victim advocate there too. And we went over it, and all of a sudden it was like an aha moment. And she goes, darn. And I think it was a strangulation case. And she realized, and I've had some specialty training and some certification about being an expert in strangulation in the state.
I love poodles.
Another subject. But she realized that she came within 4 minutes of dying for lack of oxygen to her brain. And once she realized the power control wheel and how dangerous it was,
Rosie.
she opened up and shared information, and that suspect who had left was eventually found. Also, statistics show that domestic violence victims will leave, on average, about 8 times they'll leave their perpetrator before they finally leave. It often happens. And there's also socioeconomic and ethnic groups that have unique attitudes to domestic violence. This idea of protecting
I had a toy
a
poodle
child for the mother
years ago,
as a characteristic is very, very
Her name was
significant.
Sassy.
I guess I'll take a short moment. There's a particular case that comes to mind.
Short for
This mother was
sassafras.
very abused by her husband, and he made her stay.
I don't know exactly, just got into a narrative. I think he's established this
It's the same. To the narrative.
Okay,
Okay, so you want me to skip the story?
Yeah.
Sure.
all right. Describe what coercive control in a relationship means.
Coercive control or acts of assault, threats, humiliation, you're trying to create harm and punishment to frighten the victim, much in the manner that we're talking about a pattern of power and control. By creating fear, it's all working towards controlling the victim. Of course, like I say, the power and control wheel is the tactics, along with physical violence and sexual violence. And then we get into that appeasement or compliance that I talked about. They want to avoid the pain of the conflict. And pain can be emotional pain. I've had women tell me, I rather get.
Kel, this is more of a hearing. This is a hearing. The jury's already went home for the day. So they're just having this hearing to see what, if any, testimony he gets to share in front of the jury later. The dog I watch for my boss is a mini golden doodle. They're so pretty. They're so pretty. Yeah, my little Sassy, my little toy poodle, she was literally like, she weighed probably like 4 pounds, I think. Soaking wet. She was teeny tiny. Little bitty.
Slapped upside the head, excuse me for the phrase, but then be told I'm ugly or fat, or my self-esteem totally crumbled. And so don't underestimate how important emotional control is in that sense.
Do these offenders always behave violently, or does abusive behavior happen in cycles?
No, as I've explained, it's not always violence. It's perceived violence in terms of the threats are enough to create fear in a victim that because of some assaults or, like in using intimidation, making her afraid by looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying property, displaying weapons. These are all acts of intimidation that affects them and can create a great fear because of the narrative they project, the reality that they're living as the victim, and they get into this compliance mode, and it's can be very dangerous. There is, in terms of cycles in the industry, I'll call it, we recognize there can be kind of this rain, sunshine sort of a model, that there's acute abuse, and that's kind of symbolic of it raining. And then the sun comes out, there's like a honeymoon phase with couples, and all the sun, everything's nice, there's no violence or no emotional abuse. And then all that rain with the hot sun, clouds form again. And then the clouds are too heavy to carry the rain, and then it rains again. So there's some relationships, not all, but there's this cycle of violence or emotional abuse and then a honeymoon. There's also a generational cycle that I'm aware of, that you grow up in a family where roles are very defined. The male is the head of the household. The wife doesn't, oppose him. So sometimes that cycle goes, I see it in my clients, from generation to generation until they can get someone breaks free from that. And maybe that male realizes that's not the best role to have. And a female realizes, I don't deserve this, and they move on. So that's another cycle.
Does the victim, Mr. Ferris, always appear to be afraid or act like they are afraid of the offender?
Definitely not. This gets back to what I've already been talking about. They're hiding that fear from friends, families, and for good reason, in the sense of the consequences of laying it out. And they may not understand all what's going on with domestic violence, but sometimes I've had victims say that they deserved it, that they caused the violence, that they didn't keep the house clean enough. They've got almost a brainwashing going on about what's expected of them as a woman, and they found this.
Yeah, I noticed
I'll call it
that
dissociation
earlier
from the
whenever
fact.
she was asking
Mental
that
health term,
question.
kind of an
I was
avoidance
like,
that allows them to
what?
comply because of their fear. And so it becomes, so no,
Punching holes in walls
they
is
don't always
totally
appear
violent.
to
Yes.
be afraid.
I don't know if she's trying to
So
get
let me ask you
to,
this.
you
How
know,
common is it
because
for
he
the
didn't
victims
punch
to smile and act
you,
happy?
then he's not violent. That's not how that works.
As far as domestic violence, I'll stipulate he has this knowledge as to domestic violence at this point, but I think we've got far afield of what he's
Judge, I might recall for the court that they played the video of them all in the
I'm
restaurant.
not saying, this is your proffer, so.
Yeah.
You tell me what you want me to know about your expert, and I'll decide what you can say and not.
Thank you. Would you elaborate on how common it is for the victim to smile and act happy?
Very common. And it speaks to what I've already been discussing, that they try to hide abuse from others sometimes for personal reasons. They don't want him to get in trouble. I've had mothers that are financially dependent, and they don't want him to go to jail or prison, because how will they take care of their kids? So they sacrifice themselves. They are afraid of what society is going to say, or they're afraid of the abuser. So especially the afraid of the abuser is a really big part, and that they stay in line. And again, speaks to this idea of compliance, or equilibrium, as I call it, find the lowest resistance to survive. So they get into survival mode, and that walking on eggshells. And as a therapist, when victims come to me, we've got to kind of untangle this stress and trauma and come to terms with that, because they've gotten kind of in this lifestyle of compliance and all the hurt that comes with that, and how their self-esteem's been damaged. I could go on and on with that subject.
All right, so tell us a bit, if you would, Mr. Ferris, the role that appeasement plays in domestic violence.
It plays a huge role. We could say appeasement. We could call it compliance. We could call it walking on eggshells. We could call it don't poke the bear.
Go along, get along.
Go along, get along. It's all about avoiding pain, and that's the very technique, the fear. I'll use fear as equivalent to pain. That is a way to control. Hence, why this is called the power and control wheel. These are techniques, along with physical violence, that are used to control their victim and get them. And there's an ownership. I've already mentioned a certain ownership, the jealousy, etc. And also, I found some of my abusers become obsessed with their partner. That ownership quality at all costs, and they're just highly obsessed, and it can get very dangerous. Actually, I've worked cases where there's been, suicide, homicide. That if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And if a victim realizes that their perpetrator is capable of hurting them, they're going to go along, or they're going to, get on a jet and fly somewhere real far away.
All right, tell us, if you would, what the impact of a child has on these dynamics.
So the impact to the child, or having a child in the scenario?
Having a child in the mix.
A huge impact. I found women who, certainly that are want to protect themselves and do this compliance. But when there's a child involved, and if they have a strong maternal instinct, they're going to sacrifice themselves to stay in a relationship. I've worked many cases, to my surprise, where there was no reporting of the violence or domestic abuse occurring. And so the woman, the mother, wouldn't seek a divorce, because they knew, typically in our state, if there's no extreme reason, criminal history, drug history, violence, etc., it's going to be a 50-50 custody. So I've had women who have stayed in the relationship, taking the abuse, because she's so concerned that she wouldn't want her child to be alone with that perpetrator. She sees him as a brute or a bad role model, etc.
And might that type of a scenario play out with the woman acting happy in an effort to go along and be in the company of the abuser to protect her child?
Without a doubt, that's the whole scenario. And and there are women that are better at it and more sophisticated at it than others. I'm just finished working a case where her family, as I interviewed, I won't make this long, but there was abuse. He's in prison. She was pregnant. She gave birth while he's in prison. She stayed with him. A couple years later, she was running his business while he's in prison. She finds out he's getting out early in 3 months. She commits suicide. She hangs herself because she was so afraid of him coming back. The grandparents, the maternal grandparents, had the child. I'm working on that custody issue and the criminal case. But the point I'm making is that when I interviewed the parents, the sister, the friends, all these people before the suicide occurred, they didn't know how bad the relationship was. She wouldn't show up to family gatherings, or she'd come and go, or they wouldn't see him. She was totally hiding all that extreme abuse that she was going through. The family didn't know about it till the end, before he was charged and went to jail. So she went to great lengths to hide because she was scared of him. And I believe her going along with him and running the business was all out of fear also. And then she couldn't face it and decided to leave us.
A few questions, if I can, as it relates to domestic violence abusers. What have you found in your experience and education as it relates to their ability to charm and deceive others?
Yes, I found this in a majority of the cases. They want to project an image, again, hide the abuse. Sometimes that's their strategy to deceive others, because they don't want to be found out. Also, I might add that the recidivism rate, when I was running the BIP classes, I was always surprised. I'm getting the same guy back again, that there's a personality issue here that hasn't been solved per se with some men, and that there's a tendency to abuse over and over.
Is there a unique pattern of denying, rationalizing, minimizing, or blaming the victim that's typical?
It's not only typical, it's in a majority of the cases that I've ever worked. I see this almost in all the cases, I'll say. And if we look at the Duluth Power and Control Wheel, there's actually, at 5 o'clock, minimizing, denying, and blaming. It didn't happen. It wasn't that bad. It was her fault, which, as I've explained in the past. So that's very typical. It's also a form of gaslighting that's been in, I think, the news the last 10 years or something. So it's a form of control and gaslighting a victim.
Does it include suggesting that the problem stems from the victim's mental health problems?
Definitely. That's a very common theme. It's also gaslighting, and also it's in the power and control wheel, using emotional abuse. About the third line down, making her think she's crazy. So it's a destabilizing technique. If you've got so much influence over me that you convince me that I'm crazy, then maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's a self-esteem killer.
Give us an idea, if you would, of the barriers that exist to these women leaving the abusers.
Fear of being harmed, certainly, if they report to victims. Barriers to leaving can be, as I mentioned, cultural upbringings or norms, roles. A lot of victims are financially dependent upon their perpetrators and don't know what else to do. They don't necessarily have any other resources. Sometimes when I do trainings, I confront my audience, especially when I've got law enforcement or victim advocates, about their expectations of victims leaving that, perpetrator. You expect her to walk out on the street with 4 kids and she doesn't have a credit card and no family. And, and I kind of go into this a little deeper. I'll avoid doing that now. The fear of losing her children. So sometimes victims have experience with DCF. They understand what can be consequences if it's reported to DCF. So they don't want to report because, and I've been party to this in a lot of cases and termination of parental rights cases I've been involved with, that if she's staying with the abuser and a child, and I like I mentioned, I taught a class for DCF to men and fathers and mothers, and also trained on this a lot, that exposure to a child to trauma is trauma to that children. Separate from the traditional child abuse that we think of hitting the child or not changing the child's diaper, not having food, but actually subjecting the child to the yelling, the screaming, the abuse is trauma to that child. So if a female doesn't report and she's found out, then that can be considered a failure to protect. Now, all of a sudden, and she's still a bona fide victim. So now she's being held accountable. Her children might be removed. She's got to go see people like Bruce Ferris for counseling. She's got to do all these classes. So and many know this, so they don't want that to be out and about. Also, sometimes I've had women, they still love him. They see the good in him. They feel he didn't have a good childhood, or it doesn't happen often, or maybe I created the problem.
So you mean these aren't split-second decisions?
What specifically?
Do they vacillate sometimes when children are involved?
No.
Should I leave? Should I stay?
I like to think of it as an evolution to leaving. But what's the motivation? If you're in that isolated situation of just he's the one, he's your world. Where's the education? Where's the involvement? That's what the role of a lot of our domestic violence shelters are in outreach, and is to involve and educate. And yes, here's services you can have. Here's someplace you can safely go. But that denial that violence will happen again is not uncommon. That feeling that it was her fault. Religious reasons. I'm always kind of surprised that and I mean no ill towards any religious group. I don't mean to say that, but I found sometimes ministers or churches, very concerned about marriages or not getting divorced, and they actually recommend or counsel people to stay together that are hurting each other. And so that's an issue. This idea that he will hurt her if she leaves. In this quote, "I'd rather see you dead than with someone else," is not uncommon. And also the total power and control continuum and the use of that to control their partners.
Is there a particular time in these kinds of abusive relationships when violence is most likely?
Definitely. The most violent time is when she goes to leave and he knows about it, or he's there.
In other words, when he forms the perception that the realization sets in that this is the end?
When she eventually puts her foot down and makes that clear, and I know from my certifications doing fatality reviews with Johns Hopkins University, that's in a danger assessments. There's a high probability of fatalities or extreme bodily harm at that time. It's very dangerous. When we do many shelters and victim advocates that might be affiliated with the state attorney's office or wherever, they try to establish a safety plan with victims, and that plan will include, when you leave, it's when he's not home. Don't do it when he's home. And also have a safe, unknown location to go to. I have many stories I could tell of women being hunted down and actually killed because of he knew where they were. And that just the trauma of that. I don't, even though I work in this field and I've been doing it for 20 years, it's hard for me to conceive that cloud over me of being subjected to being violently hurt. And if I am, who's going to raise my child? And will he hurt my child also? It's overwhelming for those victims. And I certainly see that in my practice, my counseling practice.
So let me ask you this as we close. Given your education and experience as a law enforcement officer, tell me, is there a general bias against females by males?
I think there is. Some of it's different social, ethnic groups, different cultures. Like I think I mentioned earlier, ownership of women. I've had, without mentioning the countries, I've been in, like I say, Gainesville is a little stewing pot of people from all over the world. I run into men who actually thought it was okay to abuse their wife because they thought she belonged to him. And I said, sir, this is America. That's not how it works. So this ownership can be cultural. It can be dictated by social norms, what their parents did. Certainly the media and entertainment plays a big part towards women and male roles in our society.
And where can this bias be found?
Everywhere.
everywhere,
in society,
including our institutions?
including institutions.
And would those institutions include law enforcement?
Law enforcement, and of course I worked in law enforcement, and I was always surprised at how I constantly had to, I actually became a little internal affairs detective for my officers who didn't understand domestic violence and had biases. And I was always surprised of the biases and found sometimes they were personal. An officer's going through a divorce, so all of a sudden he's at a crime scene and he treats the female badly because of his own world, not enforcing the law appropriately. But yes, it could be, and also not everyone reacts the same way as a victim to domestic violence, and especially with other people. Some people develop a very fat affect. In other words, they don't show emotion, and that's their coping skill. They actually shut down. They do this dissociative sort of thing. Other people become hysterical and exaggerated in describing. So every person is different. Just because you.
All right. Lastly, do uninformed professionals, in your experience, cops, judges, lawyers, counselors, often fail to recognize the signs of domestic violence?
They do, and sometimes it's because they're not obvious and they're hidden, or they don't understand the dynamic of domestic violence, and they don't necessarily understand that that victim was in fear. And though it may not show, they may be smiling in a photo, or their family or someone doesn't know about it. That doesn't necessarily speak to what was going on.
All right. Now, would you be able to relate these principles to the facts of a domestic violence case with any kind of reliability?
100%.
Have you done that before?
Routinely.
Is that what you in fact do as a professional?
It's one of the major things I do. I might put as a footnote, I'm a therapist. So sometimes clients come to me and I'm helping them with their anxiety and their depression and generalized mental health issues. But many of my clients, because I focus on domestic violence, I'm helping them understand, or the perpetrators, I'm helping them change their attitudes, usually through what I call cognitive behavioral therapy. And I could go on and on.
All right. Could you make that application and its reliability by studying the facts and documents relative to a particular case?
Actually, this is one of my professions.
All right.
I'm hired by the state for cases doing domestic violence assessments, and sometimes I never get to interview some of the parties. Maybe they're not available, they're in prison, et cetera, in private practice, and also, like I say, through DCF, I've been hired. So I look at the characteristics, what fits, what was there a displayable weapon, was there all these different things. And
would you be able to do the same application with the same reliability through a series of hypothetical questions?
Certainly.
All right.
And if I can, I would admit that I can't.
Yep. Finally, let's talk about battered spouse syndrome for a moment. Are there any characteristics in traditional battered spouse syndrome that might distinguish it from an otherwise domestic violence abusive situation?
Good question. So basically, the abuse is the same. I think what makes battered spouse syndrome or battered wife syndrome, different terms through the years, different is oftentimes the victim still lives with the abuser, and there can be a history of extreme violence or violence occurring and traumatizing the victim. But the techniques of power and control and compliance and fear and how they hide it and all those things are completely the same.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Ross?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever testified as an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
No, I have not.
Do you consider yourself an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
I consider myself.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put it back down on normal speed because this prosecutor attorney, she speaks really fast. I'll try 1.25. We'll see how that goes.
Of an expert on domestic violence, not necessarily the BSS uniquely. I haven't been recognized by a judge in that doing that. So I think that for me, there's really no difference other than that distinguishing fact, whether they live there or not, or whether there's been physical violence or not. It's still the same dynamic. The victims are the same.
But you can recognize the law might make a distinction between those two things, an expertise in those two things.
Well, I think I'm expert enough to understand that. I just haven't testified uniquely in BSS.
And did you speak to Miss Benefield?
I did speak to her.
And for how long?
I spoke to her multiple times with a Zoom call.
Okay, my question was how long? How much time did you spend speaking to her?
It varied a little bit per hour. Most of the times it was 2 hours.
Okay, I need you to add it up. Did you speak to her 1 hour total, 3 hours total?
Oh, total time?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry if my question wasn't clear.
I'm going just by memory. I'd be guessing a little bit here, so I apologize. Could have been. I'm just trying to. Could have been 15 to 20 hours easily.
So you spent 15 to 20 hours speaking to Ms. Benefield.
I did.
Okay. And did you review paperwork in this case?
A lot. That's how I came to my conclusions uniquely from the paperwork.
When you say uniquely from the paperwork, are you telling this court that you spent 15 to 20 hours with Ms. Benefield, but you didn't base the opinions that you gave previously in a depot on that time?
That's true. I did not do an assessment of her. I was not hired to do an assessment. I did not produce an assessment.
Well, what were you doing for 15 to 20 hours?
Some of it was being a counselor, and some of it was I have a reputation to keep, and I wanted to understand was this really a victim? So kind of got into a routine of understanding some timeline with her about what occurred and how did it fit the facts that I was reading about.
Well, wouldn't that say, if what you just said is you needed to determine if she was a real victim, then it must have come into your decision-making about this case, with that assessment you made. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question,
Well,
please?
you just testified that you spent 15 to 20 hours with Ms. Benefield, and part of that was to make an assessment on whether or not she was a real victim. And
No.
so,
Not to make an assessment, as I compared the facts that I knew from what I was reading, I wanted some validity, and then some of my time was being empathetic and listening to her. But my conclusions I've come to that I talk about in the deposition were 100% from the discovery. Those were the items, and I could list them for you if you'd like.
did they include the stand your ground motion filed by Mr. Taylor and the defendant?
At the time, that was one of the items. Certainly, if I subtract that from the things he quotes in the stand your ground were other discovery items. Doug admitting to shooting the gun into the ceiling, him telling that to his priest, and phone calls and texts. So I didn't need the stand your ground paperwork document to find all those bits of information that I found through looking at discovery.
Well, so the portions of the stand your ground about what happened that night were not in discovery. That Mr. Benefield took a bladed stance and did this.
No, I didn't. Those items were not part of my conclusion. I could tell you I have 13 items I use uniquely in discovery that came to my conclusion on, and it didn't include. And I never spoke to Ms. Benefield about what you just said about bladed stance. I never talked to her about that.
Well, you said you spoke to her to determine if she was a real I guess to determine her veracity. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's one word, but I never spoke to her about the event of the shooting. Never.
Okay. Did you speak to her about the other things that were in the stand your ground hearing and the discovery from things that had occurred in the past?
I think some of the things did. Yes. As I think about, as she's going, basically I did some timeline understanding, when they met up until before the event, and some of those items were in there.
And did you develop an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Benefield was a battered spouse? Like as far as battered spouse syndrome, if you would say that she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah, I did not determine that. I determined that she was a victim of domestic violence, and that Doug was the perpetrator of that.
Based on
all the discovery and how it fits in with the continuum of power and control, and her compliance, her fear, etc.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Tell us what you reviewed.
I reviewed a deposition that Doug gave, and I had a written version. He makes admissions. He talks about the gunshot. He talks about punching the dog, throwing the gun, punching holes in the wall. There was a letter to his pastor where Doug admits punching a hole in the wall and shooting the gun in the ceiling. There was a domestic violence injunction in South Carolina prohibiting mutual contact, and the text of that. The really important piece of evidence for me was Ashley wrote a letter on September 18th, 2017, when she separated, outlining domestic violence that Doug did to her. I have a copy of that if you want me to go through the items, but she outlines, without necessarily being a domestic violence counselor at all. It all fits very discreetly into what power and control and what abused women experience at the hands of their abusers. And also for me, if I might say, that was a frozen moment in time. That wasn't something that she said after I met her or something like that. This was from 2017.
And were you struck by the terms of basically art that she unwittingly included in that letter as it relates to domestic violence and the power and control continuum?
It's a letter that I can use in training other people to counsel domestic violence victims, or if I was to work with a group of batterers, et cetera. It's classic.
Okay, what else did you review?
Deposition of a neighbor who caught Doug at night in the yard. A text of Doug admitting to putting a tracker on Ashley's car. I mean, these are all items that show ownership, that, you know, stalking sort of items. A text from his ex-wife documenting him physically abusing her on her honeymoon. So this gets into his character, and
I don't object, it's not responsive. The question was, what did you review, not his opinion about them.
That's fine, go ahead, overruled.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
So here I have all this experience dealing with perpetrators, being a perpetrator to multiple victims. Sometimes when I was a detective, I would, besides my therapy work, and I see that as I interview victims, but quite often my routine, I work day shift. So I come into the department, I go to a detective briefing, I look at cases where the suspect got away. My job was to review probable cause, go make the arrest, or get the warrant. That's what I did. So the first thing I do is I run that perpetrator's name, and I find out there's an injunction, and I'm looking at the charging document that the officer left, and there's no violation of injunction in there. But then I open it up in the court system, and I find it's a different victim. So I found there's multiple victims. And also, to be fair, I'd open up her, the female, the victim's information, and I would find that there's an injunction, but it was with a different guy. So there's some serial victims, some serial offenders. So basically, the fact that he is very strong, and I know we talked about it in my deposition with the assistant state attorney, this text message from his ex-wife documenting how he abused her on a honeymoon was appalling to me, but it was not an unknown probability. And also it spoke to, who am I looking at here? So that was one item. If I could continue. Of course, there was an injunction in Manatee County and some narrative. Dr. Russell, a forensic psychosocial mental health evaluation, I read, I think it was April 30th, 2020. She describes the abuse and domestic violence that Doug did against Ashley quite eloquently. It's quite clear the things she discovered in her she did interview and come to that conclusion. So I found that kind of enlightening. There were telephone calls and documentation between Doug and Ashley. I've got a date of August 16th, 2019, where he was, controlling, intimidating, amidst of being outside her house, following her. He was gaslighting her. He pulled a gun on his ex. There was a threat that he was going to kill himself with a gun, and there was more. There's more in that without pulling out the document. There was a very significant WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug, and in that, there's statements about being armed. That he talks about warfare, rage, exterminating them, murderous mood, anger to take them out. A warrior side would be, the testosterone rage. Talks about killing bad people. So let's say we could say, was this all true, or was this techniques that to put her in fear of him? Both could be true, actually. I found that very, Dr. Broder, I read his testimony and that he gave, and it was clearly domestic violence was present. There was definitely power and control tactics reviewed by him. The mic blow up, the gun incident was, and I have a quote here, was certainly a frightening experience for Ashley. Doug's temper, yelling, screaming, punching holes in walls, and Mr. Taylor's cross was in that transcript I read. And as you spoke to Dr. Broder, angry temper, very controlling, highly manipulative, very intense. The holes punched in the wall, fired a gun in the ceiling, that, there was an appeasement. That word was even used by Ashley, apparently by Dr. Broder, as a strategy with Doug to protect her child, keep him at bay. This is the very issues I've been talking about. And there was text about him kicking the dog and throwing the cat between Ashley and Doug. So all these elements right here, I got my conclusion from. I didn't need anything else. And this is clearly what I base my determination on.
And would you conclude, based on what you
Margaret,
know,
as far as I know,
that
just the 2 times,
Ashley
just with
was
Renee and Ashley.
an abused woman?
Definitely.
Would you?
And I'm going to interrupt you, Mr. Taylor. Abused woman is to say one thing, but abused woman who was in compliance mode, that didn't want to poke the bear, that was afraid of what might happen if she opposed him. That's what I get here.
And how, if at all, would that explain, for example,
Oh, there was one
Ashley
before
agreeing
Renee?
to go on a parental exchange between Doug Benefield and her daughter Emerson? Ashley, in the week leading up to the shooting.
Oh, well, I thought by
exchanging
ex-wife he meant
friendly,
Renee.
lovey-dovey text messages with emojis and things like that. And Ashley at a restaurant with her mother and her child Emerson in the company of Doug, acting happy.
Totally, it's not, doesn't oppose my theory at all, or what I believe was going on. It may be that there's one thing I can say. Ashley did show, from what I've read here and what you're presenting to me, a sophistication to, and maybe that's her performance side for being a ballerina or whatever, I don't know. But she could put up a good front, and this was to keep that warrior side of Doug at bay. She was concerned and afraid, and she was very afraid for her daughter. This is the mother factor. Her getting in that I guess you referred to the first visitation.
Right.
Yes, at the sheriff's office.
Her going along. That's much like I talked about that wife that stays with the abuser to protect the child. The idea of letting him, have custody at that time without.
Yeah, Renee's the one that passed away, and they were still married. But when he said ex-wife, I don't know if he was saying that as in not meaning literally ex-wife, but just like accidentally said ex-wife instead of his wife that passed away, or you know what I mean? So if he was married to someone before Renee, I don't know who that was. I don't I don't even know that they mentioned it. Um hmm, let me look. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Says here it just says Douglas Benefield was married twice. His first marriage was to Renee and then Ashley. Um, but that's just something that popped up on when I did a quick Bing search. Mm,
And I don't think, if I remember from documents I read, they didn't have that. He didn't have a lot of exposure to Emerson, and so yeah, that was definitely the mother, the maternal instinct, wanting to protect her daughter, and at the her own expense. But that's nothing. I just I'm a parent. I take a bullet for my kid. It's not about me. It's about protecting them. I think that mothers do that. That's what mothers do.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
I
Ferris.
don't remember that, Shrez. I'm not saying it didn't happen because I
Mr.
very
Ferris.
easily could have missed it.
It's always a little bit dangerous when the
Very
court
easily.
has questions, because certainly I'm the neutral party here. But in this kind of situation, in a Daubert hearing, I'm both the finder of fact and the decider of the law. So there are a couple of questions I have. I've said this multiple times. Mr. Taylor, I probably said it in hearings with you. I know you two have heard it. If you object to one of my questions, object. Please put your objection on the record. I have actually sustained objections against my own questions before. So I try to be intellectually honest, and if it's in retrospect, I realize
Sustained
that's not a good
objections
question.
against his own stuff before. That's
First,
cute.
I
He's
did
so
not
cute.
receive a
I
copy
love
of your
this judge.
CV in evidence. It may be in the file somewhere. Is it attached to something so I can find it?
I can give you a copy.
Any objection to me receiving a copy? I assume it's filed somewhere, but I don't know where.
Judge, may I make a statement briefly? When, in my past experience, when my CV is presented to the judge, oftentimes I'm shown a copy of it to verify that that's the complete version.
Sure, want to see it?
Yes.
Absolutely. I'll say, Mr. Taylor, there's markings on it.
Yes, sir.
You don't need it back? Is it in the court file?
I don't know if it's attached to the deposition. Let me take a look.
So here it is.
No, I'm informed we don't believe it's in the court
All
file.
right. And so, sir, this appears correct?
Yes, it does. Thank you for letting me look at it.
State, the copy that I've been given looks like there's highlighting where someone was making notes to highlight certain things to talk about.
Oh, the highlighted parts. That's definitely Tiny Table Man 2.0 because that dude's got every color of highlighters imaginable. He likes the highlighters, just saying.
there's a couple of pages where there's some red pen markings where something has been circled or underlined. Any objection to me taking this and
That's
reviewing
Tiny
it?
Table Man 2.02. The red circles, because he had a red ink pen in his pocket. I saw it.
If I may, it's the defense's burden. My only concern about your asking questions is that they have arrested their witness. And I understand what your Honor, I have a guess as to what your questions will likely be, but that is my only concern. I don't know what objection that would be, but.
I mean, don't forget, there's also the general and proper. So you object away.
Yeah,
You know me, I don't mind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
She's like, please don't make me object. You. Please don't make me object to your questions.
All right, and then you had gone through a list of 13 things that you had reviewed.
Yes, sir.
And I was writing them down as we went, and I'm taking notes. I only got 12.
Okay. So do you want me to briefly?
I don't want the narrative portion. I just want you to tell me.
Or you tell me. Okay, I'll tell
No,
you.
it's got to be the other one. You have to
Okay,
say to me.
I'll give you the first 3 or 4 words of each. Number 1, deposition of Doug. Number 2, letter to pasture. Number 3.
A little slower.
Okay, sorry. Number 3, DV injunction from South Carolina. Number 4, 9/18/17 letter from Ashley. Number 5, deposition of neighbor. Number 6, text of Doug admitting. 7, text from ex-wife. 8, the DV injunction. That's Manatee County. Number 9 was Dr. Russell. 10 was the telephone calls between Doug and Ashley. Number 11 was the WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug. Number 12 was the Broder testimony. And number 13 was the text kick dog through cat and between Ashley and Doug.
Can I just ask to clarify, you said phone calls between Ashley and Doug, is that what you said?
Yes, from 8/16/2019, I have a transcript of phone calls between them.
Transcript of phone calls?
I believe so.
No. All right, that's all the questions I had, surprisingly. State, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and is he free to head on back to the Gainesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I released from my subpoena?
No, this is just a proffer.
Okay.
We're doing a Daubert hearing, so I imagine Mr. Taylor still has you under subpoena.
We have high hopes you will be returning early next week.
Okay.
So stay in touch.
Okay.
All right.
And so I'm still under my subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do appreciate your attention.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend. Don't forget you've also got your wheel over here. Or was that yours?
That's theirs.
He's
Okay.
like, yeah,
Thank you.
you have
Thank
to
you,
come
sir.
back,
Safe
bro.
travels back home.
Yes, appreciate it.
We're looking you go right at the perfect time, aren't we?
Yeah.
I want to stop and have dinner.
Or pack up my hotel room and put my blue jeans back on, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
He's basically saying, am I free to like go home, or do I have to like hang around, or give me some kind of idea.
Did you have any evidence testimony you want to put on?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, I'm ready for argument.
Happy trails to you.
So 702 of
Tiny
the
Table Man
Florida
2.0
Evidence
is
Code, Your Honor,
tarred.
incorporates the new Daubert standard, as the court knows, provides if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue. A witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify about it in the form of an opinion or otherwise if, and the court knows the 3 requirements. Sufficient, if the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, testimony is a product of reliable principles and methods. And 3, the witness has applied the
Don't worry
principles
about
and
it,
methods
Shiraz. Seriously,
reliably
don't worry.
under the facts of the case. The state's theory of prosecution, although it was changed this afternoon from the release of the Broder report to the injunction that was set for the 30th, has as its predicate the specific behavior of Ashley Benefield in the week leading up to the shooting. And included in those text messages, as was the video at the restaurant, as well as the state's focus on how Ashley Benefield behaved in the presence of Douglas Benefield, but behaved differently when she was by herself, and how she led Douglas Benefield to believe that she wanted to reconcile, but in private, she clearly disclosed that she did not want to do that and wanted the relationship over. And finally, the instances where Ashley Benefield, as a result of the parental time sharing, accompanied her daughter, Emerson, and went with Doug, that Stephanie Murphy testified to. They were the picture of tranquility, that Ashley was very pleasant, happy to be in Douglas's presence. So what we know and what the record reflects based upon Mr. Ferris's testimony and the Duluth Power Wheel and its model for the evaluation of domestic abuse is that this is a classic sign of an abused woman who is in compliance, who indulges in, as Dr. Broder used the term, appeasement. Go along, get along. It keeps the beast at bay. And now, that element having been injected by the state in their case in chief, we, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, are prepared to meet with expert testimony explaining to the trier of fact, the jury in this case, exactly why the state's evidence of Ms. Benefield's compliance can be dismissed, can be explained, because this is the MO of abused women, women suffering from domestic violence, especially when a child is involved. So here's what, as the court knows, the Oquendo decision said, and it's the second DCA decision, referring to battered woman syndrome. Again, the notice we filed was notice of battered woman syndrome, but I footnoted it because 2 elements are not present. Those 2 elements are that Ms. Benefield had left the home and that she had not been physically battered by Mr. Benefield until the day of the homicide. But, as the court heard from Mr. Ferris, it's inconsequential. It is the same syndrome. It is the same abuse. It carries over, and it explains under Duluth Power and Control Wheel why Ms. Benefield would engage in those kind of text messages 1 week before the shooting, why she would appear happy at the restaurant, why she would accompany her child at the parental time sharing with Doug, why she would try
I'm sorry.
why she would try to get along, go along. So here's what the Oquendo court said. Well, actually, before we go there, we should go first to the Supreme Court case of Kathleen Wyan versus the state of Florida. This is the case I cited to the court earlier in a memoranda, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It was an appeal from the second DCA.
Oquendo.
Yes. No, this is Wyan. Kathleen Wyan, the Supreme Court of Florida. I'll get to Oquendo next. And the Wyan decision, Your Honor, was March of 1999. The Supreme Court rejected the second DCA's position in the Wyan case and instead embraced another circuit's decision, and it turned on the following question: whether or not there should be a duty to retreat as it applies to a spouse in the marital home. The Second Circuit had insisted on giving the instruction in a homicide case. The Supreme Court said, hey, look, we've learned quite a lot about domestic violence, and we're uncomfortable having a duty to retreat imposed upon a wife because of domestic violence. And it would render the wife's ability to defend herself in the face of battering and domestic violence ineffective. So we're going to reject that. We're going to retreat from our earlier decision that held there was a duty to retreat. And this is what they said about why. It starts on page 1052. And the topic is Section B, Implications for Victims of Domestic Violence. And they talk about how much of the public policy in this state has changed based upon increased knowledge about the plight of domestic violence victims. It is now widely recognized that domestic violence attacks are often repeated over time, and escape from the home is rarely possible without the threat of great personal violence or death. During repeated instances of past abuse, she has retreated only to be caught, dragged back inside, severely beaten again. If she managed to escape, other hurdles confront her.
While you're taking a breath, how is Wyan help me decide the Daubert question?
The issue is whether or not he has the credentials. I think we're past that. Unless I'm missing it, I think he's eminently qualified. I think the testimony is such that he's identified the syndrome of domestic violence, and he's explained that it is identical to battered spouse, the only difference being that the wife is not in the house and she has not sustained physical beatings. So this case in Wyan goes on for several pages talking about how domestic violence, the evolution of public policy, and the recognition of the plight of victims of domestic violence needs to be addressed and should be addressed by virtue of expert testimony. When you take that into account and you recognize what the Supreme Court is acknowledging, Judge White, about the timeliness of domestic violence, which is the overarching umbrella, battered spouse and those two components coming underneath it, you then go to Oquendo. And in Oquendo, they serve it up perfectly. Under Florida law, battered woman syndrome is not a legal defense, but rather is used to explain the woman's experiences and state of mind to the jury. In the context of self-defense, it is used to show that because of the prior conduct of the batterer, the woman reasonably believed that taking the batterer's life was a real necessity. And then they distinguish post-traumatic stress disorder. And they hold, as such, unlike PTSD, it is possible for battered spouse syndrome to be relevant in a way that is consistent with the objective, reasonable person standard for the justification of self-defense. So we know in a homicide case, based on the law and the jury instructions, Ms. Benefield is entitled to introduce specific instances of conduct of Douglas Benefield that are consistent with violence. We have endeavored to do just that throughout this trial thus far, with considerable resistance, but I think we finally started making some progress once the court felt the predicate had been laid. We cannot, this jury must understand, and both the case law that I cited to Your Honor clearly says that it is a proper subject for expert testimony, domestic violence. These jurors must understand why a woman would do what the state has alleged she did, and as a result, they should find her guilty. That is to say, getting along with Douglas Benefield and the text messages that they put into evidence. So, given the credentials that he's established, given its reliability, given the tests that it's been vindicated with and that DCF employs, the Duluth Power Control Wheel throughout the state of Florida, given the fact that this is a domestic violence matter involving self-defense with specific instances of domestic violence, How can I successfully defend if I cannot explain to the jurors the essence of the state's case as to why Miss Benefield is a malingerer in effect? That is to say, if she acted happy 1 week before the shooting, if she went ahead and got in a car with Doug when they were exchanging temporary time sharing, if she acts happy at the restaurant, then she obviously wasn't scared of Doug. And that's the whole issue. That's exactly what was at play on September 27, 2020, and why Miss Benefield's perception of Douglas Benefield was so fraught with fear. Otherwise, I'm left with a case that there is, in fact, a substantial explanation to explain that conduct that the jury doesn't understand, as indicated by the case law in the Florida Supreme Court. And
He's making great argument. I'm just saying. He's got a good argument here.
we'll have no idea why Ms. Benefield would have acted that way. And it's an element that the state introduced. We are trying to meet it. That's our position.
All right, thank you. State?
Thank you, Mayor.
Judge, I'm going to try to bring it back to Daubert, but I do want to address Okendo because it frames my arguments. Sorry. Under the Okendo case, or Oquendo, however you say it, the court carves out, as we've discussed at length, and I know Your Honor knows, carves out an exception for battered spouse syndrome, where it's talking about that that it's an objective standard. Self-defense is an objective standard, not a subjective standard. And that the one exception for that, and under Okendo thus far, is battered spouse syndrome. They discuss the definition of battered spouse syndrome. And part of it says, the main part, mental state so that she could not be responsible for her actions. Rather, the testimony would be offered to show that because she suffered from the syndrome, battered spouse syndrome, it was reasonable for her to have remained in the home and at the pertinent time to have believed that her life and the lives of her children were in imminent danger. The Wheeling case also defines battered spouse syndrome. It says,
You want to spell it?
sorry, it's a case Mr.
Wyand?
I'm sorry, Wyand.
Whatever, however you want to say it. I see you know
I
which one.
don't, WEIAND, 732 Southern 2nd, 1044. It says, I was looking for the page, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think it's on 1054. It says, as the expert evidence demonstrates, there are many reasons battered women do not feel free to leave the battering relationship. This woman might have been isolated from her family by the abuser. She may not be able to afford to go, and she may realize that leaving is more dangerous than staying. And the reason I cite that is because the state's argument is that despite Mr. Taylor's efforts to make this about battered spouse syndrome, despite his footnote, that is not what this is about. This is them trying to get an expert on domestic violence. This expert, Mr. Ferris, while very educated in domestic violence, is not a battered spouse syndrome expert. He does not say that this defendant, although I find it incredulous that he spent 15 to 20 hours with her and reviewed things that the state doesn't even know what they are, that he only based his opinions on those documents not meeting with her. But nonetheless, if he were evaluating, the reason that's important in the state asked is because if he's evaluating her for battered spouse syndrome, which he clearly wasn't because he admits he does, that's not what he was doing. There's only two options for that, and your Honor's aware of that. That one, if she's evaluated, then they have to file notice and we are allowed to evaluate her. That's not what we're operating under here. So the other one is that their expert must not have evaluated her. And the state would argue that no matter what Mr. Ferris claims, that's an evaluation. The things he did were an evaluation. I believe the case actually, I think it's Hickson, but I could be misspeaking, even says that they're not supposed to be familiar with the facts of the case. He's clearly familiar and has formed opinions, personal opinions, and professional apparently, about the facts of this case. And the reason that's important is because the state would argue that this defendant has failed to meet her burden under Daubert, that this expert is an expert in battered spouse syndrome, that the testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, and that it's a product. I don't think he met any of the prongs as to battered spouse. As to domestic violence, I would admit he certainly has the skill and knowledge. But even then, I don't think that the methods were reliably, it says the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of this case. The facts he got were incomplete and evidently biased because some of them include items that were never provided to the state, including transcripts of phone calls that the defense felt were appropriate. So the state's argument is that, one, the only option for them is battered spouse syndrome. They have certainly not met the burden for that. Under Okendo, the domestic violence should not be admitted. And two, that they did not meet their burden under Daubert because they did not satisfy the prongs of Daubert for domestic violence if it were admissible. And I don't know what they expect Mr. Ferris to actually testify to. I think 75 to 90% of what he said today is inadmissible. Stories about other people, those kind of things. The state is of the opinion that his opinions that this defendant is a victim of domestic violence are inadmissible. That's an inappropriate opinion for him to be making. And finally, the main prong that they have not met in the state's opinion is that it says if the scientific, and I'm citing Booker, but it's from Daubert, the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence or determining a fact at issue. The state has put forth motive evidence and evidence of how she was acting in the weeks before this murder. And it certainly goes to her depraved mind. But the concept of domestic violence and even the concept of the Duluth power and control wheel are not foreign to the average citizen. That an average juror, and this expert, scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge would not be necessary to assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence. The evidence is clear, and the jurors are people who are of normal knowledge, and it's a common domestic violence situations, and the idea of power and control, honeymoon phases, those kind of things are common knowledge. So I know I said a lot of ways in which we object, but ultimately I don't think they met their burden under Daubert for battered spouse syndrome, certainly. I don't think they've met it for domestic. But even if Your Honor finds that they have, the state would argue that Okendo would keep that testimony out of this trial, as it's an objective standard, not a subjective standard. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a lot. That was a lot. Now, when you go to all those little, this and that and case law and rules and hold on a second. Get back, baby. She's got headphones on and her microphone. She is all that in a bag of chips right now, and she knows it. But anyway, I'm talking about my child back here in the back behind me. But yeah, I'm eager to see what the judge is going to say. Let's go see.
Rebuttal?
Yeah. Mr. Ferris was asked directly if he evaluated Ashley Benefield, and his testimony, which is the only testimony that's been brought forth in this hearing, was that at no time did he conduct an evaluation. He was not hired to do an evaluation. With respect to the state's statement about motive evidence, motive is not an element of the offense. However, self-defense is certainly a material element to be considered, and there is, according to the information that is discussed in the Supreme Court opinion, Your Honor, it is not, and decidedly not, a subject for lay testimony. They could not make it more clear that there are many aspects about domestic violence. In fact, the words that they use in the Supreme Court opinion is that judges and juries do not understand and would benefit from expert testimony. I would suggest to the court, drawing a distinction between Daubert and the case law on battered spouse syndrome, I would suggest that given the facts of this case, an expert such as Bruce Ferris, who could educate the jurors on the impact of an abused relationship, domestic violence, in and of itself would be enough to provide expert testimony to counter the state's position and the issue that they raised about the go along, get along. I think it's clearly beyond the scope of lay people to understand that. And I think that expert testimony would help explain it. So Daubert, of course, doesn't apply any less under those circumstances. However, it would not be restricted to the extent the court wanted to draw such a narrow line and say, for example, okay, well, this is not battered spouse syndrome because for it to be battered spouse, you absolutely must have the abused party living with the abuser, having had physical beatings. If the court wanted to draw a line that narrow, rather than included under the umbrella of domestic violence, I would still submit to Your Honor that the testimony from Bruce Ferris clearly met the Daubert standard for admissibility, and I would call him as a expert witness on domestic violence. And if the court really wanted to narrow it even further, as it relates to a woman who would choose appeasement and go along, get along, coincidentally, like I think we had 4 psychologists testify in this case so far, and every one of them have used the same terms to describe this phenomenon. I think I need and I should be entitled to be able to explain that to the jurors, and I'm not going to be able to do that without expert testimony. So I think the state combines Daubert with the case law, and Daubert is the procedural vehicle for allowing expert testimony.
All right, I do have some questions.
Yep.
I end the week, kind of as I mentioned at the hearing we had regarding Mr. Ferris before the trial started, whether it was last week or the week before. On July 11th, at a hearing, you said this was not a battered spouse case. On July 12th, you filed the notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome. What is this? Are you arguing battered spouse syndrome or not?
Okay, Judge, once again, I filed that notice with a footnote in the title, Notice of Intent to Rely Upon Battered Spouse Syndrome, footnote.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I told the court this is not a battered spouse case is because technically, Your Honor, battered spouse requires those 2 elements. I shouldn't even say it requires those 2 elements. Those 2 elements are generally present in the battered spouse cases that we've seen. So in my footnote, I said, as it relates to domestic violence. So I wanted to cover both scenarios. I wanted to cover expert testimony to explain this phenomena under battered spouse as it relates to domestic violence, because it's the same syndrome as you've heard. It's the same mentality. Everything about it's identical. But I also felt at the same time entitled, upon meeting the Daubert standard, to just call an expert on that particular issue. And this expert's eminently qualified to explain that kind of behavior. So Daubert is, again, the procedural vehicle that qualifies whether or not the expert is capable of meeting the standard. And that would apply whether it was the battered spouse or just as domestic violence.
All right. So we've got the case law that we've all been discussing for the last couple of weeks regarding battered spouse syndrome, the notice that's required, why it's a carve out, why it's allowed when Kendo doesn't allow it, PTSD, other cases don't allow significantly impaired intelligence, mental health issues. When I say mental health issues, I'm not talking insanity and so forth. I'm talking about diminished capacity, right? Essentially diminished capacity, because we're looking at a reasonable person. Do you have cases that do not use the word battered spouse syndrome? They use domestic violence victim of domestic violence, and that is allowed in.
So you keep going on and on and on about the battered spouse syndrome, and it can't be that because she's testified that she was never battered. So I don't know why he keeps on this spinning hamster wheel. The footnote, it's like he wants his cake and he wants to eat it too or something. I don't know. It's very confusing, and I think that the judge is just as confused.
Self-defense cases.
Would it be any different, Your Honor, than a criminal case
I'm sorry, Shiraz.
of culpable negligent homicide, the issue being the trigger pull and the weight that it would take in order for the weapon to fire? And you call an expert to testify that the trigger in that particular gun was set to a particular level to try to explain to the jurors why that gun might discharge, and you're not necessarily negligent because of the discharge. Other weapons, if you banged against the wall, might not discharge. This one has a hair trigger. The defendant turned, hit the banister, the weapon discharged, shot, and killed somebody else. If that expert met the Daubert standard, why wouldn't that expert's testimony be admissible to explain that? To try and explain to the fact finder, who would not have that knowledge, that indeed this could be nothing more than an accident that does not rise to culpable negligence, and therefore the charged individual is not guilty. And what I'm saying to the court is that evidence of domestic violence, if it meets the Daubert level, I should be entitled to defend and explain to them why she would engage in this type of go along, get along.
So the answer is no, you don't have a case.
I do not have a specific case on that point, no. And so the court knows I instructed Mr. Ferris not to evaluate Ashley Benefield. I had planned, if it came in under battered spouse, to follow the Heenum option, whereby he would be given a series of hypotheticals based upon facts and evidence.
Excellent segue. That was my next question. I didn't keep track on the clock how long Mr. Ferris testified about the general properties of domestic violence, the Duluth wheel, the cycle of violence, his numerous anecdotes, personal anecdotes, and relatable anecdotes. So if I'm understanding correctly, you are going to seek for him to offer an opinion that Ashley Benefield was an abused person and Doug Benefield was an abuser. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. That was for purposes of the hearing that we had. It would be my plan, if he comes in under the Heenum approach to battered spouse, Your Honor, to just have him educate the jurors about domestic violence and specifically ask him about the compliance aspect that would allow a woman to engage in the type of behaviors that the state has raised the issue about and injected the evidence that they have. I could then give him hypotheticals based on facts that were in evidence under the battered spouse syndrome exception, or alternatively, were he to come in just as an expert on domestic violence, I had him review the discovery materials. As the court knows, he submitted to a deposition by the state under the Heenum approach, or under just domestic violence expert. The state, as it says in the case law, would have had the option to get their own domestic violence expert. They haven't done that.
My ultimate question was, at one point you asked, can you relate these concepts to a domestic violence situation? Yes. He can study facts and documents. Can you relate these concepts to a situation where you study the facts and documents of a particular case? Yes. But you're saying you're not doing that way. You're doing hypotheticals. He's not going to render any opinions in this case.
Correct.
Specific to this case.
If it comes in, yeah, under battered spouse syndrome. That's correct, Judge. I would follow the Heenum approach.
I think it's Hickson. Are we talking about Hickson?
No, I don't think it's Hickson.
I don't know. I would like to address that when it's allowed. Let's slow down.
Yeah, it is in Hickson, but the case is Heenum.
My question is this. He spent so much time on these hornbook issues, and the question was asked, can you apply these principles to hypotheticals? But I didn't hear a single hypothetical that's going to be presented, so I could even hear him and consider him and listen and see if he applied the principles reliably to the scenario. So I have no idea, how am I going to make a ruling when I didn't even hear the hypotheticals?
Well, hypotheticals would be based on evidence in the record.
I understand.
I took him up to that threshold, and I asked him, could you reliably apply these principles to a series of hypothetical questions if asked? He said yes.
So why didn't you ask the hypotheticals so I could hear them and make a ruling?
Well, I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based on what we know is record evidence. For example.
Exactly. What's in the record? What's been admitted?
Correct. But
is it your position that all 13 of those items have been admitted into evidence?
No.
So I would need to hear the hypotheticals to know what you're going to ask about.
Okay, so I would ask the hypotheticals, Your Honor, based upon shooting the gun in the ceiling. Actually, I would ask the hypotheticals based upon the evidence that the state has presented to create the issue. For example, I would ask, in a week's worth of text messages were to be exchanged leading up to a shooting that show emojis and friendly banter back and forth, would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? I would then ask, would a woman who shares a child and the husband has a right to joint custody and the woman agrees to go along with the husband when he is with the child, would that be inconsistent with battered spouse syndrome? And he would explain in response to those types of hypotheticals why it wouldn't be, why this issue of compliance exists and is so prominent in domestic violence cases or in battered spouse syndrome cases. I mean, hypotheticals, I think, are readily available based on what we have, record evidence. Now, I might also add, Judge, we've only called, I think, 2 witnesses, so there may be more that's in the record. But to the extent that I'm interested in it, it will relate to this issue that the state is teed up about acting friendly and not being fearful being in the company of the individual. It doesn't mean that they're not fearful.
Come on.
Once again, Your Honor, I had him review the discovery documents in the event he came in as an expert on domestic violence and was going to speak to that issue.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, Steve.
I guess based on that line of questioning, I'm still not sure what the answer is to your first question, which is it matter of spouse.
Okay, I gotta slow it back down. They're about done, you guys. About done. About done. Just a couple more minutes.
Syndrome case or not. I would argue that it is not, that there's been no showing that battered spouse syndrome applies in this case. And I think that's my first argument. As to the hypotheticals that we did not hear today, the state objects to the hypotheticals being offered to this doctor because under Hickson, if this were battered spouse syndrome, which is really all we have for guidance, it would have hypotheticals are available to someone who has not evaluated her. And I think because I know he said he has not evaluated her, but the fact that he read 13 items in this case, he's wholeheartedly familiar with what the defense believes the facts are in this case. And I think it would then be inappropriate for him to be asked hypotheticals based on what is in the record, because clearly he got a lot of things that are not in the record. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you for letting me be heard.
I would love to know more about those phone call transcripts. That would have been good to have, right? Yep. Totally would have been good to have. Come on, Judge. Spit it out.
Okay, anything else we need to take care of before I let you go? Okay, anything else we need to take care of before I let you go?
Nope.
When do you plan on calling Mr. Ferris?
Like to call him first out Monday morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you think you'll be a roll weekend or Monday? Is there anything, I did have one question. Is there anything in here on Monday morning before us, or can we leave some of the things we've been leaving?
I'm not aware of any hearings Monday morning.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Make sure that one's turned off. Little room at that.
Thank you for having the hearing. It's been a long day, but thank you.
So apparently he's not gonna, we'll see what happens on Monday. But okay, let's see. They are done. Done. All right. All right, you guys. Peace, love, and have a great weekend. It's been a long day, almost 8.5 hours. I'm going to go in there and spend time with the family. So, you guys have an amazing weekend. Enjoy your Friday night, enjoy your Saturday and Sunday, and I will see you back on Monday. All right. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out all day with me. And thanks for the interesting conversations and all the things. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome as always. All right. Poll. Thank you, Margaret or Morgana. Sorry. Poll. Let's end this poll. We have 18 votes. And the question was, what do y'all think of Ashley's testimony? 55% said that you think she's putting on an act. 44% said, I'm really not sure what to think. And 0% said, I think she's being honest. So, my mind is split. I'm like, meh, 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 meh. If I had to go in the deliberation room right now with what information I have too much. I've got reasonable doubt. Based on the information that came out today. So there's that. I thought that this was going to be cut and dry, but it's not. It's not cut and dry. I don't know. Shiraz says there's a world where I could see both alternatives. Spin said, I agree, Jenny. Yeah. And see, that's it when you get both versions, right? Before today, I would have said guilty. Today, I've got reasonable doubt. I still think she was putting a show on the stand, though. I think that was all show. I really do. Yep. But all right. I'm going to get out of here. I am going to go get some dinner. It's 8:30 here. And she's in there yelling, Mom, again. So I love you guys, and I'll see you back on Monday. I hope you have an amazing weekend. I love you guys. Love you mucho. Bye.